Good morning, everybody. We are back. So very back. Michael, how's it going? Doing pretty good today. Doing pretty good today. I think we've got good things on the agenda today. The grind is never ending. Foggy today. Ain't no thing. That just means that we'll be doing some indoor work in one of these buildings, most likely. It's a few that we haven't explored yet. Yeah. Okay, keep an eye out. Let's take a look at the map, shall we? All 29 floors of the Bateman office building have been conquered. We should take a look at Spiffo HQ at some point. That's gonna be something I'd like to do. Yeah. We've also got St. Michael's Cathedral. Oh, I love it. I love it. I've been thinking about it compared to B41. I would have to actually, like, go back and play a B41 just a little bit to, like, get a solid understanding of how much more I like B42. Because, you see, I did actually play it for a couple of hours. This is almost a year ago now. I did play it for a couple of hours at some point in the middle of my B42 experience. And it wasn't until I did that that I started to realize that I liked it a lot more. But that's also because I have a very high tolerance for incomplete stuff. So be advised that B42 is still very incomplete. Gloria, good morning. How's it going? You know, I do believe we've cleared the ground floor of the records building over here. I don't know if we've cleared the second floor. That is something worthy of our time. It is right next to us, after all. Hold on, I'm hearing zombie breathing. Potentially here on the ground floor. Let's sweep the ground floor first. Check-in rooms without doors first. The rooms with the intact doors I'm not so worried about. You know, honestly, I think we've actually reached a point where if I want to be sneaking around indoors, I need to put on my lighter jacket. Hey, you know what? That's if you've got the tolerance for it, and that's perfectly reasonable to because I mean, unstable does mean that it's possible an update comes along and breaks your save. That's a valid concern to have. Alright, so I just switched my jackets. This one is better ventilated on the chest, so I'm hoping that I won't overheat as much. I do not hear as much mouth breathing on this side. So I want to say that most of the Zeds that could still be in here are going to be somewhere on the left side, whether upstairs or in these rooms. Look at that, I'm still getting hot. It's something about the fact that I'm sneaking. Sneaking does seem to generate more body heat for me. Maybe it's just because I'm not very high level in sneaking. That sounds like it's right to my upper right. That sounds like multiple in this room. I was considering knifing them. No, if there's multiple in this room, then... Yeah. I'm not messing around with the knife if I can't see where they are. Still one more. VTSS, good morning, how's it going? Okay. The remaining one that I'm hearing could be upstairs, or they actually could be outside. I hear one to my left, so let's give these rooms a quick peek. Okay, definitely upstairs then. I hear fewer on this side, so we'll clear from this side first. Immediate vicinity clear. We're hungry, so we'll have a bite. I'm hearing a little bit of everything up here. Yeah, that sounds like right next to the door to my right. Who's to say that I can't still get some knife kills like this, even if they're lunging at me? Was she the only one? She's just a particularly noisy mouth breather. No. Not picking up anything else right now. No. Nah, there's someone real quiet to my right. Probably a little further to my right. Okay. That's probably a break room. I might have some coffee in there. I'm not taking any chances with those ones because I don't have any room to back up there. Huh. Oh, right, and records, of course, public records. Clear on this side. There could be somebody on the third floor. I didn't think this was going to be one of those buildings that has much of a substantial third floor, but if we got staircases on both sides here. Yeah, look at that. And behind door number 1. Behind door number 2, most likely. Oh, I get it. Everybody gets their own bathroom here. Nice. That should be all of them, I believe. Unless my ears are mistaken. My ears are mistaken. I didn't pick up anybody on this side yet. I'm thinking this one. Yep. Thank you. No, that's, whatchamacallit, level 10 strength, level 10 long blade, level 10 fitness. We are very well built for this. I'm actually I'm not necessarily committed to maxing anything, but I'm thinking about doing more short blade. Problem is, this is not the opportunity to be doing, what's the right, door breaching. You don't want to do that with a weapon skill that you're not good at. Smoking room. Classic government building actually has a smoking room in it. So any inside news about the stable? Nah, there's no insiders. The Indie Stone doesn't even announce that kind of stuff to their most favored of people, like their Steam moderators, for example. They don't even tell them about it. The game director did an interview with Mr. Atomic Duck, and I believe he kind of alluded to them being past the point of adding major new features and into the point where they're just trying to clean things up and make them more stable. And whether that means that we're actually closer, I would say that that probably means we're past the halfway point. But that's just a personal take. He did not confirm something like that, so that is... Now, also, that being said, I've mentioned this in the past, there have been over 100 versions of B41. We're currently on 42.19. So, make of that what you will. Okay, I believe this building is clear. Yes. Unless there is a fourth floor. Do we have roof access, I wonder? Oh, no, hang on. Individual offices over here. Yep, another one. Let's listen to that again. So one of the things about my new camera layout here is you guys can actually physically see all of the different speakers that I have. In my humble opinion, 5.1 surround sound gives me an advantage in this game, like an objective, measurable advantage. It's a little bit difficult to actually set up, and I recently looked at surround sound receivers. They are ridiculously expensive. I actually would never recommend buying one at current prices. No, please don't. Fucking insane. But it is good if you can get your hands on a 5.1 receiver and actually get it to put out Dolby from your PC. Absolutely amazing. For example, we've got our mixer here from OBS. It shows the different channels on the left side here. See how these two speakers right here are only lighting up when I'm hearing the zombie? That's my right and surround right that I'm hearing that zombie coming out of. And what that tells me is somewhere in this vicinity. So either of these two rooms, maybe this one, but it does sound close enough to definitely be one of those two rooms. But we'll just take it room by room like I was planning to do anyway. So now I'm hearing it behind in both of my surround. That kind of tells me that it's probably this door. Yep. Like I said, it's almost a superpower. But as I learned the very hard way when I started Nora on 42.13, some zombies literally do not make sound. So treat every single one of these closed doors as if there's a zombie behind it. It's gotten to the point where whenever there's a closed door in front of me, I'm backing up anyway, just by reflex. Maybe I'll be a little bit more cavalier about it if I don't hear anything, but I'm still going to try to do it. Alright, have a good one, Michael. Looks like we do not have roof access from this building, which is fine. Just something that interested me if I could get to the roof. Did not realize that this is a 3-story indoor. Okay. We can now say that the records building is clear. I will change the marking to blue. And I think this is the library? No, I don't. Actually forgot what building that is. Let's take a look. You would think that I would have secured all of my neighborhood by now, but honestly, these buildings are so big, I've been preferring to go for the ones that I'm actually aware of. Yeah, it's the public library. And that's one of the reasons I haven't, room by room cleared it, because it's a library and I have all the skill books at this point. It took me a while to assemble them, but we got them. That being said, I don't have all the skill books here in Louisville. My entire library is back at Fallis Lake. So, there are a couple of books that I wouldn't mind finding if we can get our hands on them, particularly. We've already read Electrical 5, so we're completely done with that. Glassmaking 5, I wouldn't say no to it. Pottery, we've read 4, so Pottery 5 and Glassmaking 5. If we happen to come across them, I'll take them. Wait a moment. What is this on the floor here? Glassmaking 3. Okay. For a second, I looked at it and I was like, is that a Longblade book? But no, it's not purple enough. Now, because this is a library, and because it's been looted and trashed, those two factors combined means that basically anywhere in the building, you might see a random book on the floor. In this case, we got an electrical 1 on the floor of the bathroom. So, if you're actually looking for books, and you have a looted and trashed library, then almost the entire surface area is a potential place for things to spawn. I see you jumped the turnstile at the library. I too like to live dangerously. Blacksmithing. Animal care 4. As you can see, most of these books we've already read. Vast majority of the books. Who puts a unopened juice box in the trash? Cursed, truly cursed. We drink a juice box. There is one welder book that we don't have. Welder magazine, rather. Hey, Command, how's it going? There is a welder magazine that will give us the recipe for the handguard dagger, which is relevant to my current interests, because I was considering leveling up Longblade, or Short Blade, rather. I've already done Longblade. You could not have convinced me before I looked that up that I had actually missed one of the blacksmithing magazines. Yeah, see, look at all this. We've got, we already found several of the blacksmithing magazines. Just trawling around the shelves here. These skill magazines are actually useful to read to reduce your stress. So even though I've already read almost literally all of these, I'll still hold on to them and put them in my magazine collection in case I get a random nightmare. Two more blacksmithing magazines right there. Everyday smithing. There's another one. Oh no, duplicate. Duplicates are a real risk here. Nothing there. See, I would use my flashlight more, but honestly, you see the way the light propagates on the bookshelves? It's almost useless. As long as I'm sure that there's no company here, then it's not really helping me much. There is something very wrong with light propagation on bookshelves right now. I certainly hope that will be fixed before B42 goes stable, because one of the whole overhauls about B42 is supposed to be the lighting change, and I definitely enjoy it so far. Just a few strange gaps in it. American Bladecraft. It's a smithing magazine that teaches quote-unquote blades. It teaches you how to make a machete blade, but not a handguard dagger. Regrettable. We will learn the recipe by ourselves if we get short blade all the way to level 5. So, yeah, that's not happening anytime soon, at least. Handguard dagger would be one of the ways that we could level short blade up a little bit faster without relying entirely on hunting knives. Hunting knives are what will eventually carry. I mean, we already carry them all the time, but they won't kill zombies quite as quickly as a handguard dagger, which can only be equipped on the belt as opposed to the oh, here we go, small scale smithing. That's much smaller though. The overall number of blacksmithing magazines only continues to increase though. The bookshelves will continue to be looted until skill levels improve. We did have a homeboy in chat at one point recently tell us that he actually started locating napping and long blade and aiming books in the Louisville State University. I don't believe him, not after looking at this, but I could be wrong, and in fact, I would be happy to be wrong. But I'm pretty sure that unless the devs change something very specific, Louisville State University is just more of these, is more bookshelves just like this that draw from the same loot table. And because I'm 99% sure that these literally do not include those books that I just referenced in the loot table. But we'll find out. LSU is somewhere on the agenda. Iron Age blacksmithing. That only teaches us how to make infrastructure, so it's one of those magazines that I'm not sure why it exists. Actually, I have a theory about why it exists, but I don't want that theory to be correct. Well, I mean, so I feel like at some point in the future it's going to be that we're not going to know how to make a advanced forge unless we get the magazine. Which is not, I mean, you know, the way I play this game, that's just going to slow me down a little bit. I will eventually find all the magazines I need to find. Eventually. Pottery 5. That's one we were looking for. So if we happen to level up our pottery further while we're here, we have a means and or method by which to continue doing so very effectively without having to go all the way back to Palace Lake. Just a couple more rows here. Medieval Armory. Gives us axe heads, spiked cudgels, spiked clubs, mace heads, no handguard daggers. Medieval blacksmithing. Nah, that only gives us that actually right there, that medieval blacksmithing, that is the that's the one that teaches some of the furnace recipes. The furnace recipes that we currently spawn already knowing. So, yeah, like I said, I do expect at some point we will not spawn knowing them, and we will have to find magazines like that one. Here we go. Here we go, boys. Yes! Medieval Armory, June 1993. One of the only magazines in the game I have not read. Crude sword blade, simple short sword blade, short sword, spearhead, long spearhead, handguard dagger. Now, the curious thing is, everything else on here I've already learned how to make. It's only the handguard dagger that I've not been able to make. And I don't exactly know why, because we learned the sword and short sword blade recipes. We learned those long before we got any levels in long blade. So it wasn't just because we had the weapon skill. Like, for example, we would automatically learn handguard dagger recipe because we've maxed out blacksmithing if we got to level 5 short blade. But that's not how it played out. I think I must have researched sword blade from something. But it's been so long, I don't remember. So, well, found exactly what we were looking for. Thank you, Louisville. Louisville provides. And I think that's all the shells on this floor. Which is, that's perfect. Literally the last place you look. Ah. Where do I want to put these magazines? I would like to identify how many duplicates I have. There is an easy way I could do that. I just need to get them all in the same container. Let's put them all into frame pack here. And then we'll leave duplicates here and put non-duplicates into maybe a trailer over there. Yeah, we'll put them in the blue trailer. Yes. So that way we have a full magazine collection that we can carry around to read from as we need to. And a partial collection of duplicates to leave behind at our field bases. I should actually make sure to read the magazine that we just went out of our way to find there. Let's actually have a seat over here, have a bite to eat, and curl up with a good book. Hey, Miss Amelia. Good morning. How you doing? We have just located ourselves one of the few magazines that we have not read yet. And with that, we have the ability to make, I believe, the best short blade weapon in the game, the handguard dagger. Now, when I say best, situationally best, I think it is the best in terms of combat, but I think it does not function very well as like a tool, as normally you would expect a knife to. In fact, let's take a look at the stats real quick, because now I'm curious. I still have this fucking page open. I forgot that SpaceX did its IPO. I completely forgot about that. That was a very interesting thing to see yesterday. Here we go. Go to the weapon page, and then we go to the short blade page. And then let's take a look at the stats here. Let's sort them first by damage. I think damage, the fighting knife and the handguard dagger are pretty good. The fighting knife, I actually do have one of these. Regrettably, we can't make them. If I were to ever make a mod that allows you to craft certain things that you can't craft, maybe the katana, the fighting knife would be among them, because there's no reason we shouldn't be able to learn how to craft one of these. It's just a particularly unique shape of blade. But yeah, the handguard dagger is equivalent in every way, except the handguard dagger cannot be put on your webbing slot, and that's important. I would only use the handguard dagger if I wanted to level short blade specifically, go out of my way to use it. If I was just going to have a knife with me while I'm doing heavy combat, standard heavy combat. Wait, what? Hold on a second. Am I going insane, or has the... Okay, the hunting knife is actually exactly the same? Really? Really? Okay. Yeah. I didn't think that was the case. The hunting knife and the handguard dagger on paper are exactly the same. I suppose the handguard dagger might last longer. Although I don't, it's kind of hard to simulate these numbers in my head. The condition lower chance is like 1/3, and but the max condition and average condition are lower too. So I don't know how that would play out. I would just have to use it. So I don't know. Maybe the handguard dagger actually isn't that good. Because I mean, I would expect something, maybe a higher crit or maybe a higher crit roll. But no, the handguard dagger does seem to be almost exactly the same. That's okay. I'm all about extra knowledge here. The hunting knife does have a attack speed knockback. On paper, it does look like the hunting knife is better in every way. Oh, okay. Unlike other short blade weapons, the handguard dagger protects the wielder when attacking targets wearing spiked armor. So the handguard dagger is a PvP weapon. I okay. I never actually looked at this particular line on its page. So the handguard dagger is basically specifically for short blade users who want to do PvP. All right, so be it. Um, that's that's definitely one of the things of all time. But the devs do want this game to have a PvP element to it. They have gone out of their way to satiate the PvP players. So alrighty then. I just want to be able to make a fighting knife because it is technically best in slot. With that higher crit mult. You can use it as an ingredient in a. Interesting. Zombies can have the fighting knife spawn inside of them as like just a knife locked into them from a former fight. Interesting. Okay. Well, back to what we were working on here. Let's put all these non-duplicates into our trailer. I only just realized that it's 1900 hours and we still have fog outside. So we quite literally have all day fog today. That's alright. That's one of the reasons I chose to do some indoor stuff nearby base here. I'm going to check the second floor of the library, just sweep and clear. I don't think I'm going to go too nuts with continuing the magazine collection. But I will keep my eyes peeled for Glassmaking 5, which would be one of the few books that we could actually make use of here in Louisville. That's a book with a purplish cover, but that's electrical. Oh, wow, look at all this. Alrighty then, I didn't realize we had this many more bookshelves. Now that right there is fishing, okay. Every time I see a book with a slightly purple cover, I'm like, is that a Longblade book? I couldn't tell you off the top of my head if I've ever seen a Longblade book just on the floor somewhere. I probably have. There are a lot more empty shelves up here, it seems. That's a copy of Carving 5 on the floor. Okay. Good to know. I don't recall the last time I ever saw a level 5 just laying on the floor, but this is also a looted and trash library. I've not seen very many of those. At least not a large looted and trash library, right? The small libraries, I've seen those looted and trash before, and I've never seen anything significant in those, but that goes double even when they're not looted and trash. They're usually very, very light. That's another copy of Pottery 5. You know, if of all the places that I could bring a generator to power up the lights in, I only just realized that it would be very, very helpful to do that here in a library like this one. If I was just starting out looting this library right now, I probably would have done that to make it easier to see in here. I was talking about this before, but the light propagation is terrible from a flashlight in a place like this. We never did locate a copy of Glassmaking 5, and that's okay. I'm more than willing to go back to Palace Lake to grab my copy from the Central Hub library. I think that's the library cleared out. Do we have a... I don't think we have a third floor. No, this is like only a partial second floor to begin with. It is a little bigger than I thought in the book department. When I first laid eyes on this place, from the outside looking in, I kind of assumed that we were looking at a place that had a lot of real estate, but not a lot of actual shelves. But no, it's all right. It's no LSU, but it's definitely pretty good. If you loot this place and LSU, you'll probably get a very good chance at having most copies of the non-weird books. The weird four being aiming, reloading, napping, and long blade. I was gonna say before that napping has been fixed. It's no longer... No, I don't know if you guys have been paying attention. We did not see a single napping book in that entire library. So, that being said, we also did see a napping book in one of the small town libraries. So, I do think something is going on with napping where they're trying to make it so that it's not found in all libraries but some. I don't know. I don't know what's going on there. All I know is statistically we should not have had a problem seeing one or two napping books in there. But we didn't see a single one. And something about that has really sussed me out. I suspect we are going to start getting cold again tonight, so back goes the warm jacket. Found another green toy plane in there. I didn't even really think about it when I picked it up, but now we have two. Nice. We're about an hour early for bed, but I think we're good. Let me put the hat on. Still in the mid-20s outside, so that'll inoculate us. Since we went to bed a little early there, we've got a little bit more time overnight to explore. I would like to take another look at one of the local buildings here. Mark the library with a check mark. KTO, how's it going? We are taking a look through the places in the direct vicinity of the Cozy Box. We had fog all day yesterday, and now as an overnight task, we're going to take another quick look at everything but this office building here and the red brick. The red brick, I think this is apartments. Yeah, we're just going to take another look at these four buildings here on First Street that are, some of them are in the same block as us. I was just about to put on the music too because it sounded like the game's music had died. Oh, we're gonna get hungry overnight. Let's grab one of those salads. And the last 2 out of the freezer into the fridge. I do like the way this place looks covered in snow. As long as I don't have to drive too much on the roads. I don't think we ever truly identified what this building is here, our closest neighbor. It almost looks like a bank. Yeah, we got the vaults, we got the teller tables here. And everything else is offices. We did check for a 3rd floor, and I don't think there is one. But, when I think of a bank, I usually think of like a back room or a vault. Did we accidentally miss it? Oh no, yeah, here it is. This is the vault, and there ain't nothing in it. So, it's a bank. But like all the other banks in Louisville, it does not have any gold bullion stashed anywhere. Yeah, we've already done a floor by floor of City Hall, so I should have put a check mark on that a while ago. Maison de Bouffe. De Bouffe. I cannot French. I have no idea what this is supposed to say. But I do believe this is a food establishment of some kind. Perhaps a food and bar. Wait a minute. Clearing this building isn't going to take me too close to the police department, is it? The police department is right here. I do not want to accidentally spawn in the police department yet. I mean, okay. If I do, then that's what we're doing for the next several days straight. I got to stress this. The police department right here is a multi-day endeavor. It's kind of hard to see. My over-the-shoulder cam right there is blocking it a little bit, but this building right here that is next to us, that's in the center left of the screen, there's a sky bridge that connects it to another building. That's a complex of 5 buildings that are connected by sky bridges. So this building right here is technically all one building. Like, if we spawned in this building, if we just spawned it in just now, we have made a serious mistake. I genuinely did not think... you couldn't have ever convinced me that being inside of another building would have ever brought me that close to spawning in something adjacent. I'm not going to go all the way out to the mouth of this alleyway. That's a bit of a death trap. I'm just trying to ID who is lopping over those iron fences back there. Okay, I think that's just an isolated group. But we need to find out. If we've spawned in the entire building, we will have a lot more than 5 of them coming at us right now. But we don't. I think we're fine. I'm gonna try something. What if I just sneak away? Are they gonna be able to keep track of me? I'm hearing sounds that sound troubling. Oh no. Oh no. Oh no. This is not good, boys. This is not good. Hello, kitten. Good morning. We may have made a very critical mistake. Yeah. Hey, Kraken. Good morning. We may have made a very critical mistake. The fact that we keep hearing them flip over that iron fence over there. Yeah. Just the other day, we were down there with the rifle. And there was not a single zombie coming from that direction. Now, there are lots. We've spawned in the police department complex, boys. Yeah, we got some Wii U ahead of us. So, let's look at the damage here. The 5 skulls right here. Every one of these 5 buildings are connected by a sky bridge. By getting a little too close to this one right here, this green building right here. This is the La Bouffe Me and the Bouffer right here. That's what this is. This is the French restaurant. That's the French restaurant right here. We just snuck into this place. We were just going to room by room it. That's all we were going to do. In doing so, we got a little too close to the corner of the police department. I think this is a civilian office building with probably intel analysts or whatever the hell. But the fact that it's connected to the PD by a sky bridge, that is probably LEO adjacent private sector stuff. In any case, we got a little too close to the corner of it. And because of that, the entire police department is now spawned in. We've been up here for months, by the way, without having spawned that place in. I did not want to spawn it in until we were ready. But life comes at you fast. And it's not just life coming at me fast, now it's unlife. And yes, Gloria called it. I believe we have got some coffee on standby for this. Heavy armor is going on. Now, even though we've spawned in the building, we have not yet brought them in our direction, so we do still have some time to prep. Can at least get my armor up, and we can eval the area for pipe bomb opportunities. One of the problems at the moment is our generator. These 2 right here, we had to kill them because they were hearing our generator. There's going to be a lot more where they came from. In fact, I'm pretty sure this group over here that's in the woods, they're moseying in the general direction of the generator as we speak. Whether that's intentional or not, I don't know. I don't really care. It doesn't have to be intentional. Just the sheer group up mechanic could be enough to bring them in this direction. If one of them hears it, they'll all hear it. Let's now I have hardened my base, quote unquote, so that there should be a very low incentive for them to ever want to come up to my base as long as I'm not in it, right? If I'm down here, or rather, if I'm not up there and they're all down here, the only reason they should ever go up there is 1, if they randomly wander up there, or 2, I'm up there and they're coming after me. There's nothing up there producing noise. The generator's on the ground down here. So that's the theory, at least. I haven't been able to test it against a swarm of 1,000 zombies, but it is supposed to be built to be able to handle that. See, right now, again, we put a lot of thought into this to make sure that 1,000 zombies could walk across our base and it wouldn't immediately all be over. All this infrastructure right here, it's in front of a low fence. So zombies and players just walk right through it. All these crates full of metal, zombies and players just walk right through it because I'm exploiting the ever-loving shit out of that because I don't want my shit to get broken for no reason. All that preparation in the world won't mean anything if a large enough group of zombies comes in this direction. They'll just wander upstairs for no reason because there's enough of them. Yeah, I don't want that to happen, so we can't really pull them in this direction and take them like up in front of county clerk and records building to do a bombing. We can't do that there. So let me just, I'm just going to get ahead of the fatigue situation in the multiple. We're going to brew a little bit more coffee. We stockpiled a few mugs for this. Now that used up the last of the coffee that was in that on that side, so I'm going to move one of the coffee bullets over here, and now we will spice up the coffee we just made. This will be diabetes coffee. See, we did at least get one successful sleep tonight. So that's a good thing, at least. We're added both white sugar, brown sugar, sugar packets, and sugar cubes. This is a 4-sugar coffee. Now we've also got some salads that came out of the freezer, got put in the fridge. Just going to take both of those. Okay. At this point, all I need is to herb up the coffee from the ambulance, and then we will start doing an weapons and ammo check. They have not gotten any closer. Right, yeah, Kraken. I actually completely forgot about it last night, but I do still have the after hours trading window open from. That's a new one being added to my bookmark there. I don't know. Since I missed daytime trading, I didn't bother with buying anything myself yet. I will evaluate the situation at close to the open on Monday. And I don't know. I don't know if I'm going to buy in or not because interesting times. I did not know. Okay, so if it was still just a rocketry company, I probably would have bought in after hours because that's actually something I'm interested in. But it's not just a rocketry company. They did what Microsoft did with Copilot. They want to look really good as an AI adopter, so they roll in their reliable products, or their product that is actually getting government money, the rocketry, in there with XAI. That I don't know how I feel about that. I do not know how I feel about that. I'm not one of those guys who's like anti or pro AI. I think it is a very useful tool that is being extremely misused by a lot of people right now. And so if I'm looking at a company that's into AI, I've got to look really deep and make a judgment call as to whether they're using it, abusing it, or what the balance of both is, because, you know, there's a lot to consider there. Yeah, that's now masking losses of AI. That is Yeah, I mean, you know, that I haven't done my due diligence on XAI, because honestly, when I think of XAI, all I think of is the Twitter chat bot, which it is what it is, you know. It's an LLM that just seems to get aligned in real time, which is kind of cool. I'm pretty sure they all get aligned in real time to a certain extent. I'm just gonna hit these guys with melee really quick. I want to make sure I haven't overestimated this situation. This is a lot, but this is not the whole building. One of the reasons I kind of held back there is I wanted to see if there was actually going to be a lot of them coming out of here. If the whole building had spawned in, there should be more out here by now. We might have a false alarm, but we're going to need to actually drive in there to know. Yeah, them bushes. Yeah, I seriously feel like if there was more, or if we had spawned in the whole building, there would be a lot more out there. So I am gonna I'm gonna cautiously move up the road. I am not gonna, like, you know, get close enough to the building to, like, verify if there's people inside of it. I'm not gonna do that, because if we haven't actually spawned it in, and if that was just a freak accident of, you know, like a dozen of them hanging around in a spot where it could have just spawned in the building there. Come on, just show me behind this building here. Come on now. No, I'm starting to think it probably has spawned in. Yeah, look at the size of that group. Okay. Not a false alarm. Not a false alarm. Yeah. See, here we go. We don't need to actually get any closer. Look right there, next to where the chat window is on screen. We have confirmed 100% this entire complex is now in play. But we haven't pulled them out of the building yet. And that's significant. That is very significant. So that just means we have a little bit more time to plan then. I will go ahead and not sleep. We've got lots of coffee. I think if I just drink some coffee now, what is it, 6 a.m.? That's close enough. If I just drink some coffee now, theoretically it should be the same as if I just slept. This is also a good opportunity. We'll identify a bomb site, and then we'll close and reopen the game and get ahead of some of these stutters, because I'm sure you guys can see it's already stuttering a little bit. See, I am not beyond just doing a bombing right here in the middle of the intersection. I don't want to, but since I'm not prepared for this, I'm happy to, if I must. I am not a fan of OpenAI, personally. They're I have almost the same opinion I do of OpenAI as I do Bitcoin. They're the thing that popularized the thing, but they're not the best, and they shouldn't be treated like such. And the fact that they seem to get so much preferential treatment is just it belies the fact that most people don't understand the technology. Nope. Oh, here we go. Behind the Knox Bank here. The parking lot on the other side of the law firm here. Did I clear it so that I could go through here with a vehicle? We cleared this place a long time ago right here. You can see the blood spatter. Hello. Oh, Jesus. Okay. As you can see by the blood splatter, we did clear this place, but I don't know where these guys came from. And what I was trying to find out is, did we clear the cars for a bombing site here? And the answer is no. So, well, let's deja vu this. Okay. I think we do have we have enough time right now to go ahead and take the race car over here and get these cars out of the way. If we get these cars out of the way, we've got multiple places that we can bomb them here. And we'll need multiple places to bomb them here. Or, yeah, we'll need a place to bomb them for damn sure. The snow might end up being in our favor. The snow might actually make it a little bit easier to choose a bomb site that is not, that does not require a streetlight. But more on that in a moment. I will absolutely need the race car for this. I think the thing that I hate the most about Bitcoin is that it doesn't deserve the title cryptocurrency. It's cryptographically verified, but crypto gives it kind of carries with it a arcane or untraceable or some sort of implication of I don't know, an implication that it's not as publicly visible as it is. But all it really is a asset that is possibly the easiest asset on the planet to track. Like, quite literally, it is the easiest. Every single transaction is publicly visible and verifiable. And that's by design, but I don't think people really appreciate just how open it is. I mean, that I've made the joke before about how I spent some of my Bitcoin, tens of thousands of dollars worth today. I spent some of my Bitcoin on World of Warcraft subscriptions. The public ledger of Bitcoin is just so open and visible that if you want to, you can put in the transaction ID and you can see it yourself on the blockchain. That one stupid little transaction that I made back in 2013. It's right there on the blockchain. Everything else is too. Every single transaction ever made. And that's I feel like a lot of people just don't understand that about cryptocurrency. About how most of them are very, very publicly visible. And that, you know, if every single... think of it like this way. If every single receipt from every single transaction you ever made, at every single grocery store transaction, all that, it was just on the public ledger, just in the open. Anybody could pull it up if they wanted to. Does that sound like something that you really want to get too involved with? To me, it doesn't, personally. It just doesn't... Not in this era of just, you know, people trying to steal your data everywhere you go. That does not sound like something that is a good idea. A theory for which you stopped... I could think of a couple theories that would make the entire notion of crypto a bad thing in general. I do personally, I will glaze Monero, and for no other reason than the fact that most crypto exchanges won't put it up there, because it's one of the true things that lives up to its name. It's cryptographically verifiable, and cryptographically almost impossible to trace. Of course, you can come out there and, you know, say, you can publicly verify this was my, you can what's the right word? Voluntarily disclose your transaction details if you want to, but you're not forced to by the nature of the design. Oh yeah, that you bet your sweet ass the government is stupid. Not all of it, but a lot of it. I have had the pleasure with working with some of the smartest people in government, and I can tell you personally how few and far between they are. Okay, maybe not the smartest people, but some really, really, really smart people. Regrettably, I can't give any specific details because NDAs and whatnot, but no, there's some really smart people in the government, but a lot of them are not there in a decision-making capacity. A lot of them are in the execution side of things, you know. They're the ones who actually do things, not the ones who decide what to do. And so when people who are really stupid decide to do really advanced things, the people who are actually smart and try to execute it but fail because the whole plan was stupid to begin with, that leads to some massive brain drain, making the rest of the government look very stupid. I don't know if I really want to leave any cars all the way flush on this side. All right, yeah, I'll do it. Yeah, it's fine. As long as it's on the edge of the parking lot. The alphabet soups. I mean, you're talking to a guy who works for one of them. Oh, probably. Yeah, I mean that's a perfectly believable thing. I've seen the bald guy. I've seen the bald guy with the robe. I haven't seen all of them though. If anybody's wondering why I have to do this with the car, we can only hook up the back of the race car to the front of another car. I don't know why, but that's the current. That's 42.19 right there. This is the only combo. I can't hood to hood. I can't butt to butt. I have to do hood to butt. No, you quite literally can't talk about him. That's why I don't mention any names. IYK, and whatnot. I don't like driving over corpses, but sometimes it is necessary. On the bright side, we do have a full replacement of sports car performance tires. So if this one starts getting serious wear and tear, we are ready to replace. Alright, so with that, I do believe the parking lot is more or less open. I'm going to get that last nail out of the way. Give myself as much room as possible. Yeah, I'd kind of like... What I want, and I've not been very good at this, I want there to be no surprises when the back end of these buildings go away. Right? Because I'll be spending a lot of time in the middle here. But every once in a while I'll need to come up here, and I need there to be minimum surprises that I can control. So I really shouldn't have left those there, but it's... At least I'm the one who put them there, so I know they're there. Let's shove these two a little bit. Because perpendicular hookups are now very difficult for some reason. So trying to hook up without being directly in front of it. If we shove them over this way, then we can at least get directly in front of it. Yeah, right. So were you a subcontractor then? Some of the people that are on my team are subcontractors, but they kind of do that. I think they do that for tax purposes. I don't know. Don't quote me on that. But I'm pretty sure that my company, the company I work for, which has the contract, we have subcontractors that have occupy same positions as people who are right here on the contract myself. And I never really fully understood that why, but I heard at some point somebody say something about that is done for tax purposes. Don't know though. You know what? If I put this one up here, yeah, I really should be putting these cars somewhere up here, because then I can always see them. Being able to see them and know that they're not going to be blocking me when I move one of those buildings out of the way. I see. Yeah, that can happen. I mean, I'm gonna be real. The notion of Doge, the idea of having just a private sector team come in there and audit for fraud, waste, and abuse is it needs to happen. Problem is, of course, it's extremely politicized. Elon and his company were not the right people to do it just because of how politicized they are. If you got, J.P. Morgan or, one of the fucking the big bank companies, you got one of those big ones that can come in there that know how to make financials work, that are not so politically hot topicized, that probably would have been a lot more of a successful endeavor. But I don't think the guy in the office right now would have trusted any of them. Damn it. We can hook up at a perpendicular angle, but we can unhook up at any angle. Okay, this parking lot is now completely clear. So in the past, what I did in this area was I made copious use of this fence right here as a place to shoot them as they flip over. And what I would do is block the way through from this direction. That will never work again, unfortunately. There is no blocking these windows and doors on this side in a way that the zombies can't get through. Cars are basically no longer an effective blocking strategy at all, ever. Zombies will go right through them somehow, whether they'll crawl under them or they'll just walk straight through them if they come out of a window. For example, I've seen them just walk right through cars. So cars are basically pointless now, even if you take the tires off. That at one point I heard that. I tried it. It seemed to work. It doesn't anymore. Even with the tires off, zombies will just go right under cars or right through them. The devs have successfully removed cars as a meaningful obstacle, anything else other than slowing them down. If you want to slow down zombies, then yes, you can use cars. They will be forced to go under them, and that will slow their movement down, yes. It will accomplish nothing else. Overbuild to the moon, yeah. Now, there's one factor that I'm not going to just say that everybody overcharges the government because they know they'll pay it. There's definitely a lot of that going on. There's also the fact that every time you work with the government, your company needs to have an entire fucking compliance department. And that's just, think of lawyers, lots and lots of lawyers, all on retainer at all times. That's kind of what a compliance department ends up being. Because you can't just have Karen from HR run your compliance department, because you'll miss something in the fine text and you'll lose your contract. So you actually need to have like a genuine army of lawyers if you're going to do too many public sector jobs. And because of that, well, I'm not going to say that fully justifies overcharging the government for everything, but that is a factor that should be considered. Anybody who says that there's too much red tape and that's part of the problem is 100% correct. But the red tape comes in so many forms. So, I think we're good. Yeah. This is where we'll do the first bombing of this building. If memory serves, there is one particular area that we should sledgehammer before we get started. Oh, wow. That is, yeah, that's definitely a unique one right there. Let's see. I was thinking about just leaving the race car here. Yeah, I'll just leave the race car here, because after we clear this bombing site, or I mean, after we use this bombing site, we'll probably need to clear another one. So it should cost me nothing to just leave it here. Hell, maybe I'll need a fallback weapon. Or, sorry, a fallback vehicle. Alright, so we have 3 pipe bombs right now. Oh, we've also got random loot back here. No, that needs to not happen. Not right now. Let me take the random loot out of here. I think that's everything. Yes, that's everything. Okay. This random loot's not that heavy. We can shove it into the, we'll shove it back into the race car. I mean, okay, so if it doesn't fit them all in that parking lot, then that's a skill issue for our horde clearing. I think it will. Oop. Pottery 5 as well. No need for that. No need for that. That's empty. Our half-mask respirator is got some weak filters in it, so we're going to take 2 replacement filters with us. I think we should also arm up with the shotgun, because stragglers are going to be a thing. And, yeah, the shotgun... Well, okay, hang on. Let's do... Let's carry the shotgun, but have the M16 on our back. And when I say carry the shotgun, I mean the bandolier of shells will be on our chest. And the bullets for our various weapons will be in the backpack. Okay. We have a fresh 9mm. We just replaced it. Oops. That was supposed to go in my backpack. Six reloads for the M16. And 100 shotgun shells. Alright. Feeling good about this. Actually, we're just going to eat this entire salad for our last meal here. Two replacement filters. And here we go. First bomb will go right here. Remote controller, remote pipe bomb. Link to remote controller and place. Okay. The prison over here is going to be the hardest for them to get out of. So what I'm going to do right now is put the sledgehammer in my hands. And we're going to try to do a very quick tactical breach. If you've ever seen one of those opening scenes from Warfare, the A24 movie, that's kind of what we're going for. Nope, too late. I fucked it up. I hesitated because I saw something moving and it was a fucking rat. I think we can still salvage this opening. We can still salvage this opening. The critical thing is that nobody who's inside the fence has gotten to the part there where we need a sledge. No, okay, too late, too late. No, too late. Alright, we're going loud, and I'm gonna need to put the sledgehammer away. It's gonna take a while to assemble this group. Because remember, we're not dealing with one building here. We're dealing with 5. Yeah, the Wii U has begun. Just punch a guy with a car? Doing a little thing I like to call crowd serpentine. I never like doing this. It's not a fun strategy, but we can repair our vehicle. We have the technology. This, they'll make short work of this fence. It would be interesting if I can get them to destroy the entire fence. It's not impossible. For anybody joining, welcome. We've got the pipe bomb laid right here on this highlighted green tile. We're going to need it. In fact, this is one of those situations where I wonder if I should have laid 2 and built a second remote controller for the other one. So we have a primary and a secondary. Here's something I'm going to need to do that's a little risky. I need to be able to get back into that gated section. I'm not doing that. I'm not committing to that. We can go around, and we're going to have to. Yeah, we're just going to go around really quick. I wanted to deal with this intersection a long time ago, but never got around to it. Hello there. I don't even know 100% what stressed us out right now. It's probably it's probably the discomfort. Yeah, the discomfort has probably got us stressed. That's fine. We'll survive. It is going to take us a while to get to critical mass. In fact, I'm going to have to use the bank. Yeah, we're going to have to use the bank to help slow them down. And that is, that's okay. That's one of the reasons this is a good place to use you just got to know, you really got to know what you're doing if you're going to do this. Like that. That's not knowing what you're doing. Sucks to be you, losers. Now we're only going to be able to pull this trick off 1 or 2 times, because as soon as there are 50 of them in front of us, on the other side here, this becomes a completely non-viable strategy. Now, they only have 2 ways through the bank, and that's through the attached offices on this side in the center left of screen, or the alleyway in the top right of screen that we just used. It can be done. Yeah, you can do it. You can go through the mall with you just got to make sure every single door, double door, is opened up. Alright, now, I don't want too many of them to get stuck on the other side of this iron fence. So now I go a little faster to go around this side. Hello. And this is our opportunity here to loop back and make sure that we still got the attention of everybody over here. Looks like we do. Beautiful. No, we don't. Look at this. Look at this. Look at this big group back here that just got left behind. 5 miles an hour wasn't slow enough. And this straggler group here, this is why I was considering a secondary charge on the bomb. Time for some human serpentine. Oh yeah, absolutely. The narrow fence opening is clear right now. Oh, that's funny. Oh, that's really funny. That they were way tighter on that corner than I expected. That's really funny. I like it. I'm here for it. I am so here for that. Remember, the bomb is right here. Driving past it as we speak. This is going to be a risky one, but I think we got it. Yep, we're good. It's just, every time they bump into my trunk, I feel my character's happiness level going down by 0.01%. So we actually, the shadow zombies are a real thing. We need to actually pay very close attention to what direction we're looking at all times. That will help us. Minimize the shadow zombie. And we're gonna have to do another loop back now. Yep, loop back time. Oh dear, that was a glitched ragdoll right there. Yeah, I just felt like it. So even though we can't see most of them right now, because we're on the other side of this building complex here, that's fine. We don't need to see them. We know where they're at. The dead zombie ghosts, as it were. Alright, now this is where things get really tricky. More wrenchy here. See how we've got a lot of the slow ones in here now? Alright, this is... Chammy Joe, how you doing? We're doing some extremely dangerous things today. A tactic that I have almost never used, called the Serpentine. Perhaps Renchi, I'm not sure. Renchi, Serpentine, one of the two. Renchi is Chinese for human snake, if I'm not pronouncing it wrong. Serpentine refers to a movement pattern. Basically, the goal is to push them aside as we go through them, as opposed to going straight through them and running them over, minimizing hood collisions. With the proper application. I'm actually just going to stop looking behind me for the moment, because it's not accomplishing very much. I know exactly where they're at. That's fine. Believe it or not, this is not going to be as bad as it was last time. It's still going to be bad, but it's not as bad as last time. Yeah, see, looking behind me, it literally just hurts my FPS at this point. And it panics our character, so. This is going to be one of the ones where, we both know I'm going to detonate the bomb now. You'll just have to imagine the pipe bomb. We're approaching critical mass. They're no longer coming through this alleyway or this building in sufficient numbers. We won't have to wrenchy them this time. We can go around them for the most part. Well, maybe we'll have to wrenchy this part. That's fine. I don't necessarily even want to know exactly how many we've got over there. I'm looking away from them strategically in order to see what these straggler counts are up here. That's not bad at all. Yep, no, that's perfectly understandable. We have critical mass from the right, but not from the left until these low ones make their way in. It's an atom bomb. We have critical mass. All right, fixing up the UI here. Finger goes on the trigger. I'm thinking next pass is going to be it. This is where the wrenchy becomes extremely dangerous. That street light right there to the slightly center and to the right. That is the point. of detonation. And we're just going to have to use intuition for this. I have to assume there is a straight blob behind me and a centralized blob on the point, and let me just get the ones behind me a little bit closer to the point. Here goes. Alright, standard procedure, unfortunately. Now that the bomb is detonated, we're getting frame drops all over the place. We need to ease the frame rate problem. So we will have to close and reopen the game briefly here. But that was very success. I wish I knew how many we killed just now, because it was a lot. So we're just going to go right down here around the corner and close, reopen the game, and re-engage the stragglers. $3,560 something hours, I believe, for the homie in the chat who just asked. All right, closing and reopening. This will deal with the frame rate drops we were just getting. It might not be a permanent fix, honestly. As soon as we get close to that corpse pile again, it might come back, but it won't be as bad. Now we've got, in terms of weaponry, we've got both the M16 on our back and the shotgun in the backpack. What I'm going to do is take the shotgun out of the backpack, put it in my hands, and we're going to tactically swap between the two of them as the situation calls for it. We lost almost all of our storage space in the trunk, so there is no putting anything back in it now. Not until we get back to base and repair it. That is perfectly okay. Now this is where the side of this building is going to come into amazing use, because you will see a very tight concentration of them just now. Normally I wouldn't want to use the shotgun against one-offs like that, but we needed the noise. It probably won't take them very long at all to break this door, and that's fine. We just need to reposition now that we hear somebody slapping it. Oops, wrong button. It's alright. This shotgun was brand new. It's now down to half integrity. These, I have opinions about how quickly shotguns degrade. Door's about to break. See how quickly it broke the moment a second or third zombie was in front of it? By design. Alright, lots of the ones that are still alive are just slow shamblers, so we're clear to have a bite to eat real quick. You may have noticed that we're getting a little cold there. It's partially because we're just standing still. Switching the M16. Shotgun into the backpack. Ooh, boy. That was a frame drop right there. Look at that. That's some carnage, isn't it? To be honest, I actually blew it a little early. I could have pulled them a little bit further from the right to the left. But no, we did great. There's no need to scrutinize too much farther. See how it's not over yet? There's something about this building complex. I have never come anywhere close to getting them all at once. And, yeah, it is what it is. We're gonna do attack and fall back here. Surprisingly, not as many trapped back here. What I want to do right now is give them a chance to come up here. The ones that are coming out of the building still. Just give them a chance to come up here and then lose them. So that that way I don't actually have too many of them on me when I'm trying to set up another bomb in the... I don't know exactly where I'm going to do it next. There's a couple of options, really. Now, I don't have to jump over the fence here. I'm going to try. Yeah, there we go. Fitness 10, Strength 10. You would think I would not have problems jumping over fences, but I do. There's a chance of like failing 3 times in a row and making yourself instantly winded. Even at Strength 10, Stamina 10. It's kind of Alright, we need to take the truck home and repair the trunk so we can actually use it again. I would call that a day well spent, to be honest. This one, okay. See, we can hear zombies flipping over things from very far away now, so... trying to figure out where that came from. Alright. I think we are okay in our base area, but it's going to be a question mark. Because remember, one of our base is technically not far from one of the buildings in this complex. But that's kind of a technicality. I think anybody who would still be left in that building should at least be sufficiently pulled to one side of it, to such an extent that I seriously doubt they'll accidentally wander towards my generator. The probability is a lot closer to non-zero than it was before, though. So we're just kind of taking it nice and slow here on First Street as we go up in this direction. It's this building here. The little office building that is stapled onto the police department complex. If anybody was not here earlier, that's how we woke up the PD complex by accident. We were in the corner of Maison du Boeuf here. We were just clearing it room by room, and we got up to this corner. And apparently that was close enough to this building over here that we spawned in the entire complex. So, I'm not even going to accept the blame for that because that's silly. That's really silly. But it is what it is. I'm not too mad about it. So as you guys can see, we've got lots of steel sheets on the floor right here, along with some torches. We are well prepared to start repairing the trunk. I'm just going to put 3 steel sheets into it now, because we do get diminishing returns on trunk repairs. However, there does appear to be diminishing returns on those diminishing returns. So last time we repaired it, we got like 66%. This time we're going to get 66 again, and then we're going to get 66 again. I don't even know if it goes lower than that. Okay, yeah, now it's down to 65, so we were able to get 2 repairs in a row, and now it's back up to 92%, so that's pretty much where it was before. I'm actually okay with that. 2 sheets was enough this time. Nuke the site from orbit. I mean, you know, in this universe, there are nuclear weapons still. There was never any report that any states managed to actually launch their nukes, because global radio broadcasts did continue until the last people were alive. You got to admit that some governments out there probably would not have hesitated to nuke some of their own cities. Obviously, probably not their capitals, but some of their cities, yeah. The line of, what was it? The Iranian pilot from World War Z, the World War Z book. I didn't tell you to unload that. I just wanted you to equip it. The Iranian pilot from World War Z, the book, he gave a fascinating breakdown on the way a nuclear exchange would have gone in a zombie apocalypse scenario. And basically what it boiled down to is the zombie apocalypse would just eventually end up in state tensions that are already existent to break down to the extent of, I mean, like the minor tensions between states that are neighbors that don't really, you wouldn't expect them to go after each other with nukes, but they don't have like any sort of de-escalation protocol between them. it ended up being one of the biggest nuclear exchanges was between Iran and Pakistan, actually, which does not sound very realistic given the current political climate. But if you think about it in the framing of it's two nuclear armed neighbors who don't really have a conflict resolution mechanism between them. If you think about it in those terms, when massive hordes of zombies start crossing each other's borders and they start shooting up each other's borders to stop the movement, and there's no communication whatsoever, suddenly it becomes a very plausible event. And the next thing you know, a couple 100 million people are wiped off the map, and a couple 100 million more are Zeds because Zeds can survive radiation. They didn't know this at the time. But yeah, no, at this point, nuclear weapons would just be a... I mean, it's almost the same kind of logic that has been a very strong prevention of mutually assured destruction. It's not even mutually assured destruction between nation states. It's mutually assured destruction of resources. Because zombies are where the resources are now. Because there's no more production sites to... and typically in a war, you want to protect your assets that produce things, your factories, your supply lines, all that. In a world where civilians have completely been wiped out and all you've got left are military assets and military protected assets, then you're not thinking in terms of protecting production. You're thinking in terms of protecting potential stockpiles. And that's where all the zombies are going to be, near potential stockpiles. All of these things that I'm talking about are kind of addressed more or less in the book World War Z. I can't recommend it enough. It is a fantastic book. Very, very, very highly recommended. If you, I think you can get it on Amazon if you're interested. That's true too. It does depend on the method of nuclear detonation. An atmospheric burst at sufficient height can wipe out quite a bit of assets and buildings and whatnot. But as long as it's far enough above ground level, then a lot of the lingering radiation you get is because of irradiated compounds like from the soil and whatnot, right? So if you get a ground level detonation, all of the debris that gets sent up into all the way up into the freaking atmosphere, and spread all over the place, that debris is all completely irradiated. You get an airburst detonation above the location that you're trying to hit, then the destruction gets flattened downward. And a lot of the initial fireball, the nuclear fireball doesn't hit all the, all the material on the ground. And everything that gets sent up into the air is mostly just hot air and updraft and whatnot. It's hardly clean, but relatively speaking. That unfortunately means, though, you can't nuke a bunker with that effect. Nobody's going to be nuking NORAD with an airburst. Casual discussion of nuclear weaponry on a YouTube live stream. A YouTube live stream where I literally cannot show a weapon on camera, otherwise I will get my live stream taken down. YouTube is a strange place, man. I picked up that other JS2000, but did I not bring it up here? Or am I an idiot? I was going to repair the shotgun, is what I was going to do. There it is. Yeah, I hit the wrong button and then I completely deleted my brain meat on what I was doing. Okay. Just need a stand right here. And the current shotgun goes from possibly lower than half integrity. I don't really know what that yellow bar represents, but we hit that and back up to 90%. Now, I'm a little bit less upset about having to do that, having to repair the shotgun like that. A little bit less upset because as soon as we go out there later tonight and start trawling through the corpses, we will locate quite a few of these JS2000s, or JS3Ts rather, on LEO zombie corpses. That's what we're going to be doing overnight tonight. And that's why I'm keeping the respirator filter and its recharges. We're keeping all that with us. Okay. I do have to step away briefly, IRL. I think I haven't. Yeah, there's we have 1 hour left before it's our designated bedtime, so I'll have her sit here for just a moment. Then we'll catch our sleep, and then it is time to dig through the corpses. That's surely a very healthy thing to do. One moment, folks. I'll be right back. Alrighty, I have returned. Appreciate everybody sticking around. And while we were chilling there, it looks like we literally were chilling. We are chilly. So that means we need to put the hat on. Should probably be enough. Yeah, just had to give it a moment. Out of an abundance of caution, I'm going to put the vest on too. This is why I've been looking around for a hunting vest. They come in gray, and gray would be a perfect match for my current getup. But we're going to have to fight our way a little bit further to the north of where we're currently at in the cleared territory in order to actually get up there and, what's it called? Get up there and get the, I just lost my brain for a second there. Get up there and get access to the army surplus. That's what it is, army surplus. I'm going to put on this lumberjack shirt, but if I have the leather strips, I'm going to get it protected first. That way I can be out there in the dead of the night right now and not worry about getting cold in the slightest. I don't know if I have any leather strips. I think because there is that entire leather jacket store down the road, I have neglected to bring some up here. That's okay. We'll go grab a few of those leather jackets and rip them up. See, one of the things is right now it's single digits out here with wind chill. So we have got a few things we've got to try to use to get warmed up here. I was considering bringing the hat. Yeah, I'll just bring the hat. Oops. That is a lot of wind chill, actually. Our full body insulation is now bright red. We probably have no problem whatsoever. Wind resistance is a little bit mid. Wind resistance is kind of hard without a padded jacket. So I'm curious to see how this will play out, actually. So the store that I was talking about is just right down the road here. It is a Hugo plush. And it was looted and trashed, but that is no problem. After Knox Bank and the legal store here. There it is. They all weigh the same, so I'm going to focus on coats first. I do think coats produce more than jackets, because they're bigger. Even though the encumbrance is, no difference in encumbrance, but they have more real estate. This is where we need to make sure we don't actually accidentally select leather jacket to cut up, because if we do, the game will accidentally cut up the leather jacket that we have on our passenger seat, which is meant for our lighter weight running around. We already got 11 from that first coat. Okay, that's beautiful. As fate would have it, there's a sewing shop right next to us, so that's one of the reasons I didn't bring a needle and thread. Now, also, right next to us, right on the other side here, is where we ditched a lot of zombies. They should all be in that fenced area, but we can't take all that for granted. Lots of cotton fabric and denim rolls here. Just give me some threads and needles, would you? I would find it truly ironic if this store that is named All AWL, All Work and No Play, didn't actually have an all for sale. It doesn't look like it. Not a single shelf with it. Come on now. Are we literally nothing but fabric rolls here? Holy crap. Boys, this is an entire store of fabric rolls, nothing else. There's not a single needle and thread in here. Okay. Whatever. That is, yeah. We'll just have to, come back for that later. You know what? We're not going to be here very long, because it's almost our second bedtime. So I'm just going to tank the bad smell for the first part of this, and if we get a little bit sick, it's fine because we're about to go back to bed anyway. I think I hear somebody to the south. Keep my ears open. Okay. I should have at least gone through everything in this top corner here. So we can go ahead and fall back. We'll catch a sleep, and we'll come back here and finish what we started here. I know that there's a mod that would make this very, 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 very much easier. Yeah. Proximity inventory is the name. So if you're into modded gameplay, which I am not, but if you're into, that is what you're looking for. It basically just shows, it does what the base game should do, and shows you the contents of all the containers around you. See, our headlights are actually still looking okay. We probably didn't take that many hood collisions throughout the entire encounter. We took a few for sure, but I think my serpentine technique for pushing zombies aside while going through a group, I think that has produced some really good results. Alrighty, so today, before we go back out there and start looting again, let's finish ripping up this leather coat. Get another... We don't need another bundle yet because we're about to start using these leather strips. These unused bundles can go here. Where can they go? Ah, we've got a lot of duffel bags here. Let's establish a tailoring related duffel bag. When you say everything to the floor, are we talking about like everything you need? Because that still requires scrolling through everything. That's actually kind of what I've been doing too. Not 100%. I do actually kind of, you know, scroll through each individual zombie and do a quick once-over. But then I definitely drop everything that I actually want from the zombie. Even stuff I might not want. Just, you know, as a quick broad brush, I take what's on them and drop it on the floor. But yeah, if I were to come back later, we could just pick it up later. We wouldn't have to deal with the stink when it's actually time to pick everything up. Should have some thread right here. Yeah. And a needle. So this is basically just a drop-in upgrade for insulation for our jockey silks right here. It will also give us more ambient torso protection without the chest piece, that's fine. Usually that's not even something I'm thinking about because the insulation is normally just so warm that I can't wear it for very long. But in this case, we're wearing it for a little bit of time here. Yeah, that should be okay. Just putting the leather strips into this tailoring bag then. This is probably the first of the 1911 magazines that I might not actually empty. I'll just leave it full. But we'll have to put that somewhere else for now, because that is a damaged 1911. Okay. It's foggy today anyway, so we wouldn't be doing too much other than looting. Yeah, no, that's a valid thing right there. I absolutely am guilty of, what's the right word? Overthinking it? Yes. When I scroll through and I'll just, pause for a second and my brain meat will, take longer than it needs to. I'm just gonna do the lazy thing and take some of this kale out of here. That'll be more than enough for a day right there. Parked just outside of smell zone here, so we have to step back to the truck, then we don't have to worry about the stench overpowering us while we're over there. So I'm going to kind of divide this into grids and handle it by grids, 3x3 grids. So last grid was right there. Next one is right here. Yeah. Just want to start at the top of the stack here. I'm seeing overlap from the previous grid. Yeah, let's go over here then. Right over here. Here we go. Here's one of the JS3Ts I was looking for. This is basically the same as our current one, only not damaged. That's perfect. Kayla Warren, thank you for your service weapon. We find a 9mm, we pick it up, we eject the magazine, we rack it, and then we drop it. Because I only care about the magazine and the bullets in the magazine right now. Alright, this grid is taken care of. Let's move over here. Probably a lot more right here. Kale can grow currently all seasons, all times of year. I don't think that's functioning as intended. But yeah, right now you can technically plant and grow kale anytime you want to. I think in the future it's going to die a little bit more when it gets freezing outside. So the way I would phrase the answer to that question is don't get used to being able to grow anything when it's this cold. Plan for having non-perishables available to you throughout the winter. That does not rely on you growing them in the process. Surprisingly, we're lasting longer with just the Shema than I thought we would. That's a good thing. We might only have to go through one set of filters here. There it is. That's the sickness. We got up, we got down with the sickness. Almost done with this segment. Okay, done with this segment. Switching over to the respirator. Give us a break from that smell. All right, so we're on this tile right here. We displace all the way over here. Basically, we assume that we can see anything that is within a 3x3 square that we're in the center of. That's kind of what I'm trying to go by here. It's not very perfect. I forgot to unload the other one. I also should not have picked up a bulletproof vest. That's not... we are taking bulletproof vests, but we're leaving them on the floor because we just want to come back to grab them if and when we need some more aramid thread. Police duffel bag. That is a major find. Well, a couple of intact vests, a fully intact Magnum patrol revolver, and JS2000, and even some holsters to sweeten the deal. Police duffel bags are a unique shade of blue that the other duffel bags do not spawn with, and I do think I might have noticed this guy in the crowd, but I don't recall if I ever really even pointed it out. It was not a, we're not in a position where we truly need another, JS2000 Magnum or Patrol Revolver. It's just the novelty of locating the thing. Another JS3T, hell yeah. This is why we're doing this. The JS3T, we don't have a lot of those, and they're kind of hard to find sometimes. You can use JS2000s to repair them. So the fact that we don't find too many that are in great condition is perfectly fine, because then we find plenty that are in not good condition, but we can use the more common type of shotgun to repair them. That's probably a very important paradigm to be aware of when you start getting into shotguns in this game. We are now officially sad. We have a countermeasure to that. We are going to go read a book in just a moment when we finish with this 3x3 tile here. It looks like this is one of the densest groups right here that we're standing on. Absolutely one of the densest groups. And I regret to inform everybody that we're just gonna have to deal with that frickin' noise. There's literally nothing we can do about it. Not without standing here and spending just as much time as we are right now, disassembling watches. I don't have time for that. I have things to do. Okay, that, I only really just noticed that it's doing that. Every single time I drop one of the weapons that I'm carrying, for some reason it scrolls me down to the bottom of the list. Okay, we're gonna have to reassess that. It's probably not the best idea. Yeah, I'm just gonna deal with the magazines later. Fine. Okay. We need to take a break from all this. The last 3x3 tile we did is where that duffel bag is. Okay. Yeah, that was a lot of zombies. I would probably call it a portion of 5 buildings. We can't say it was that much more than that because unfortunately, we never got everybody to get out of all 5 of the buildings. All we know is that we got a chunk of all 5. How's my FPS holding up? We occasionally get FPS drops. As to how low it drops, I don't know. I'm not monitoring the specific numbers. I'm going off of vibes here. It's usually comfortably exceeds 60 most times. But if we're changing zoom level, like, zooming in and out, we get lag spikes. If we're driving really fast, we get lag spikes. Yeah, it's knowing when the FPS drops happen is kind of an important thing. So we're reading a book right now to get rid of the sadness from having dug through a mountain of corpses. But now we're going to get right back to it. Alright, so right where that duffel bag is, I believe. So we start right there. Once again, probably a very corpse-dense area. I love it when the list is so long that when we get to the bottom of it, it literally doesn't let me scroll back up, or jump back up to the top. It's like it doesn't even know where to go from the bottom. Yeah, I get it. happened to notice one of the watches have an alarm there, so we got ahead of that one. Sentiment. I just, you know, I'm gonna take their gun and their badge. Then I'll take their ident card too. Just feel like doing it. No particular purpose behind it. If it's just sort of a personal thing. Like if I'm gonna loot a zombie, then I'll take their name tag with it, so that they're not just a corpse that gave me something. They still got a name. World War Z gave the advice to their Z teams: don't write their eulogy. So don't get busy thinking about how they died. But no, they're still people's corpses. We treat corpses with dignity sometimes. Sometimes, you know, on a civilizational level. Individually, well, we do what we can. Sometimes what we can is not much. I think so far we've located at least 4 JS3Ts in perfect condition, or rather, sorry, 90% condition. I have not seen a single one in perfect condition, and that's okay, I guess. I actually wonder if I can get away without having to use up my filters too much over here. If I just, every time I get sick, I also just go read a book. We do have the whole library over there, because if I do that, just tactically taking breaks to read a book, the amount of time it takes to read the book is also probably enough time to let the sickness go away. So there's the sickness. As soon as we're done with this segment, we fall back and we read a book. Beautiful. Okay. The segment is marked by the presence of that duffel bag right there. Okay. That was probably not enough time for the sickness to go away completely, but I think we're staying ahead of it at least. I can foresee a few more grids like this, but I think this is, we're definitely closer to past the halfway point, definitely. Maybe 2/3, pretty close to, closing up shop here. We don't have to hit every single one of them, because the piles at the extremities are much smaller. We did do a pretty good job of condensing them together here. Oh, never mind. Bullshit on the sickness going away. Okay, that's what we got the respirator for. What? You what, mate? Holy shit. I never even saw it. Boys, we got another one. Omai Wamo. Shinderu. Hell yeah. Alright. Lost my place, but I've never seen a more worthy reason. This will be the second whatchamacallit, katana that we have located. I just wonder what Ganon's up to. I sometimes forget that Ganon is an actual literal name. Some people who have no idea what The Legend of Zelda is have named their children Ganon. That is actually a thing. There go our filters. That's all right. I think we have done pretty good for today. I'm just going to go ahead and fall back after we take care of this segment, which is right now. We just took care of it. Okay, so this segment, the last one we took care of, assuming we're going in a kind of a golden ratio spiral here. So the last segment we took care of is marked by these 3 duffel bags in the center. Good to know. We never did pick up the race car, so I'm going to go and we'll do that now. All we got to do is go attach the race car to the fire truck and tow home. Actually, depending on gas levels in the race car, before we tow home, we might tow to gas station. Yeah, we're stopping by the gas station. Both of them are down to a half tank. That is a productive usage of our time here. A bad day for the game to sync the items. Not sure what that means, but that sounds like a bad thing. So I would like that to not happen. It's one of our former bases here. Just passing through. All of that careful avoidance of the of taking any hood collisions from zombies, and we take one hood collision from a okay. It's how it happens sometimes. This is the price we pay for having a very powerful towing vehicle. I mean, we're towing on top of snow, This, yeah, we should be lucky that that's all that happened after all this towing on snow here. Another thing to keep in mind is that if you guys are talking about the items that get deleted over time if you leave them on the ground, what needs to happen is it needs to be that the player is not the one who puts it on the ground. If it falls on the ground because it falls off of the player or if it falls off of the zombie, then it is liable to be deleted. But if it gets put on the ground specifically by the player, whether by dropping or the placement system, either of those things will result in the item will not be culled. So we don't have to worry about it disappearing because of the auto-delete. We did get access to this place, didn't we? Yeah, we did. Just want to get some water, but I don't think there's going to be a sink in here. No, this is one of those. This is one of those gas stations that has a bathroom that they don't trust regular people to go into. Yeah. Whatever. I'll use my water bottle, but then I'll use the seltzer water to drink. Yes, the crack bathroom, the one that they don't have to let people inside to use. I do not think we're going to locate any heavy-duty vehicles in the area that we can steal a hood and what's it called? Hood headlights and windshield from. At least I don't think so. I remember there being a D6 up here. As you can see, we have wiped out this D6, and that's okay. Our gas station base is up here. I don't think we left anything significant there, but there's also a parking lot down here. Parking lot down here with a bunch of random Zeds that should not exist right now. Fuck did you all come from? Yeah, we got a D6 over here. Oh, I did steal some parts from this. But none of the parts that I need right now, so that's good. New hood, new windshield, one headlight, one tail light. We definitely didn't take any engine damage. I'm not going to run, so I'll just fast forward while walking here. If I run, I overheat. So these headlights that took damage are actually still very useful to us for replacements for the whatchamacallits, the outdoor lights. Because if they've taken damage on a vehicle, that has no impact on them as a something that is in a floodlight for some reason. That's probably not functioning as intended. Okay, it's like it never happened. I shall not bring her home messed up. We take care of our vehicle. We take care of our vehicles here. Generally speaking, a little bit of damage is not only allowable but expected. Although I wish that the damage came from a slightly more legitimate source than just ramming a frickin' street light that we were supposed to avoid. You know, speaking of avoiding things, we're already halfway there. Let's just stop by Jericho and make sure everything is good there. I did not actually take note of the last time I refilled the generators. It's definitely been a couple of days. We want to be going back there every 2 weeks minimum. Hey, Nana Madhouse, how's it going? We have accomplished some great things today, and we've got great things to accomplish later. For now, we are taking a visit to one of our, actually our major base for Louisville here, the big base in the center of town. It's hard to see them, but you can just barely make out the outlines of the railroad tracks. They are still there, and they will still damage your tires if you drive over them for too long. So we try not to go directly over the tracks. One second pause for the game to load the actual base itself. Alright, here we are back at my power center base here. Everything is still powered as it should be. What? Oh. I'm trying to pick it up. I stepped too far away from the trunk and then it was no longer in range. Silly. Truly silly. Nothing that's in the trunk of the truck right now needs to go back here to this base. Except these books we've already read, we'll leave behind here and replace them with good books that we have not read. Okay. Looking good. Welcome to Jericho. It's a work in progress, as most of my bases are. This one, I have not yet committed to what I want to do with the main sales floor here. It is a huge drivable space, so I want to be cautious using up that space, because as soon as I start using it up, that's when it gets harder and harder to reverse decisions on that. Washing all clothes at some point here. Can't fit very much more in this container. This has always just been kind of a variety container. Nothing else over here. What we're trying to put away is the book we picked up, the pottery book. Goes right here with the other ones. Except I can't put it right there, so we'll put it right here. I would like to put it on the pottery workstation, but there's a really weird thing with placing items right now. I have to be able to stand in this tile that's currently occupied by the truck. I can't do it diagonally, which is... It's a very, very, very weird thing that happened at 42.15 or 16, something like that, and happened without any explanation from the devs. It's one of those things that can't tell if bug or feature. I genuinely can't. Because I could see it from both perspectives, right? I could see, well, technically you've got to be right in front of the place to put it. You can't reach that far diagonally. Calm down, guys. The devs really don't need to be messing with things like that, because it was working perfectly fine beforehand. But I digest. We are actually in need of some more buckets over here. We only have 4, so now we have 6. And then these JS3Ts... One is damaged, the other is great. The great one we'll put in the box. The damaged one we'll repair with a JS2000. Some of this kale is ready to harvest. Some of it's ready to harvest and gonna bloom soon. That's kind of wild. Like I said before, somebody was asking about what crops to grow in winter. I genuinely don't think that we're going to be able to grow kale like this in December and January in the future. I think this is just a function of growing seasons being absolutely completely broken, and yeah, some crops will continue to grow forever, other crops will just die for no reason. So yeah, the katana is, I believe, exactly half. It doesn't really matter, does it? We can't sharpen it. It's literally pointless to use a katana. Right now, katanas last like for like 20 kills, and then they're dead because you cannot sharpen them. The sharpness degradation rate is actually kind of wild. I lost sharpness in my katana. The first one that I found that I started using a little bit, I lost sharpness in it so much faster than I expected. It took me completely off guard. Yeah, okay. So in this box, we are only putting JS3T shotguns that are either 80% or above. If they're below 80%, we will allocate a JS2000 to repair it with, of which we should have plenty. And if we don't, there are more to find elsewhere. In this case, I'm actually going to do a sawed-off JS2000 to repair this one. The sawed-off shotguns do not repair as much, but it will get it back to perfect. Or it will get it back close to perfect, and that's fine by me for now. Because what it does is it puts a sawed-off JS2000, which I have almost no use for. Any sort of small niche that a sawed-off shotgun used to fill is no longer applicable now with the jamming update. With the jamming update, well, also with the JS3T. The JS3T doesn't have any bad minimum range problems like the JS2000 does. So the JS3T is our new short-range and long-range shotgun. The JS2000 is a shotgun that can go a little bit longer than long-range, but that's a meme. Why would you ever shoot a shotgun that far away? It just doesn't make sense to me. The spread, it does not grant you the same chances of a multi-kill at that distance. Yeah, I don't know. I guess I shouldn't knock it because I haven't tried it too much. I've tried it a little bit and I was like, nah. But, no, maybe I should mess with it a little bit more before I make a hard and fast decision on it. All I can say is for now, it definitely does not feel like there's a niche for either of these shotgun types once you start having JS3Ts. Well, that's... So when it comes to shotguns, back at Phallus Lake, I have so many JS2000s that every single one of these JS3Ts, I probably have 3 or 4 JS2000s back at Phallus Lake. So if we ever, I mean, we only have like 2 right now here, 2 JS2000s. If I wanted to get all of these JS3Ts up to 100%, I could do it. It would just be, I would be pissing away shotguns at that point. Attachments are going in the far left of the gun row here. There we go. Having a bite to eat of kale. And you know what? Look at that. We timed that perfectly. We just got hungry as we started eating. Sawed off is your goat. You love that thing. Okay, so I'm not going to tell you you're wrong, but I am going to tell you just don't try to shoot too far away from yourself unless you're okay with completely wasting ammo. The sawed-off has a very, very bad fall-off. But it does work very well short range. I've got this... I can actually, while we're... after we catch our first sleep here, I can show some of a situation where I used it in the past, where I would probably still use it today. But what I would do is I would take the sawed-off with me, along with the JS3T, and I would try both to see if the sawed-off actually did do better. But yeah, there is a niche, but I can only think of one niche, and that is the military research facility. Okay, it is bedtime. We are tired, and we are definitely ready for bed. This katana is so beautiful. I am going to take my second katana, and we will make a wall display somewhere, perhaps. Compost bag out here. No, all my other clothes are not really dirty or bloody right now. Like, at all. Okay, cool. I'll just do what is. It does make sense that my outer layers will get like extra bloody right now. If anybody is not familiar with the way getting dirty and bloody works, dirty is kind of it just kind of happens over time, but getting bloody does kind of happen at a rate that is proportional to your weapon skill of whatever your whatever weapon is causing the blood splatter. So, especially considering since we're really good with guns and we're shooting far distant shots, we don't have to worry very much at all about the guns that we're shooting causing us to get bloody. It's just when we do melee combat with a knife, suddenly we get really bloody because we're really low level with the knife. Yeah, okay, I just wanted to make sure that I would not get cold while we're waiting for that to go. And I have confirmed that, okay. Brad FX, how's it going? We're kind of in a cleanup mode after doing a fantastic bombing activity earlier here. There will likely be more of these police duffel bags where this one came from. After all those LEOs we encountered, as well as, I believe there's some that could actually spawn straight up inside of the lockers now. I think there's even a chance for SWAT gear in the lockers, but I don't know that for sure. Doing pretty good here. I would say we're doing fantastic. Go ahead and replace the filters in our respirator here. And get that put back in the vehicle. So these 5 M9 magazines right here are all completely full. One of the M9 magazines is, or 2 of them actually. 2 of these are not full because the zombies that we pulled these magazines out of had discharged a few rounds, I guess. So I'll equalize one of them to be full, and the other one will just leave empty and come back to later. Okay, that looks a little cleaner back here. As long as these knee pads are clean, we do not need to continue running anything because the knee pads always seem to be the thing that gets the dirtiest. We actually have too many bowls back at our destination, so I will put the 2 that we have with us back here. On our way out of Jericho tomorrow morning to return to our forward base, we're going to take with us some of the kale that's currently getting close to being harvestable. Otherwise, I think most of the freezers at this base are currently full, if not close to full. Oh, never mind. Never mind, we actually have quite a bit of room up here. Okay. Well, that's what happens when some of my kale goes bad and some of it doesn't. We get inconsistent fullness here. Okay, this corner is completely full. Gotcha, okay. Our garlic continues to progress. We've got both wild garlic and regular garlic. Regular garlic cannot be dried. Regular garlic must be frozen or discarded. In my case, I probably will actually discard a lot of it because I think I'm going to get too much, way too much. Illumination schema is looking pretty good. No complaints on that. If we need to get more floodlights, we still have literal dozens in the Bateman office building. There are 3 floors, I think. 2 that I know of that are really loaded with floodlights. I can't remember if there's a third. We are going to need to consider sources of propane tanks soon here. Possibly. Yeah. Just a few. I mean, there's actually probably a, there's like a grill store probably somewhere nearby that we could probably get a lot of propane tanks from. I don't remember exactly where, but my brain meat tells me that Louisville definitely has one. Alright, we're shortly away from bed here. Let's just go ahead and sleep. 4:40 is fine. I will continue to hold on to my super warm gear. These pants that we just finished drying, these chef pants, I would like to fix these because I actually think they might look pretty neat. I don't know if I would wear them, but I kind of think they, I don't know. I just want to see what they look like. I'm going to fix them real quick. We've got the technology. Let's use some of these rags here and some thread. The dentist office stuff. I have not yet. That is on my get list if we happen to go back up Bateman. So we've got some rags, thread, needle, and these chef pants. Let's fix them up. It is our privilege as a level 10 tailor to restore anything we find to 100%. If I remember right, these are black and white checkered. So I want to see what that looks like with my... It's a little goofy. I don't hate it, though. It's a little goofy. I don't think it would be possible to find knee pads that actually work with it. It's I don't hate it though. I will hold on to these. All right, so we came here to check the generators in addition to dropping things off. So we'll do that on our way out. Not understanding these water levels. It's been snowing for a while now, and it just says everything is fine. All right. Whatever that means. I'm going to even this up here. Sick of looking at it. It makes no sense that these crops are only at the fine, quote-unquote, water level when literally, how much? 7.7 liters has fallen into these buckets. Something is just off with those numbers, and I can't really explain it. But it does not feel like... Oh, okay, never mind. It's just shy of being full. The word fine, in context of how much water is in it, that has never meant anything to me even after all this time, because for some plants like tomatoes or strawberries or something, fine is literally enough to dehydrate it. So the word fine is just fucking meaningless as far as agriculture goes. Yes, that's right. I am dumping water on these green plants in sub-freezing temperatures. Yes, that's exactly what's going on here. You have not misread the situation. This is not a trick. This is literally what we have to do. We want to ensure that, let's just say the snow stops and then we have a drought for the next God knows how long. We gotta get ahead of that, don't we? Wait, what? Okay. I saw the interior here kind of darken, and that was just because of the snow. Yeah, the way it just darkens, that actually made me think, oh god, did the generator just go out? No, I'm not that bad with generators, I swear. Just because it's happened twice lately. It's really bothering me that this one right here is not ready to harvest yet. It's really bothering me. Hours left. Hours, alright. We'll get the rest of the kale we just picked into the freezer back at our forward base. Of course, after I verify that these other freezers are full. Yeah, okay. Generators are down to like half, and that's okay. I'm getting really frustrated with this kale right here. I'm actually probably just going to kill it. Yeah, we're done with this. I'm done with this. We have nowhere left in the freezers. At this rate, we're not going to have enough room left anywhere else. Remember, we have 15 units of kale here. I'm only going to eliminate 10. This other 5 can stay for now. There are other things I will want to plant. And it rhymes with funflower. These guys need a gas fill up, don't they? I couldn't remember which. I suppose it doesn't matter necessarily. Yeah, we'll fill up the race car, or the blue race car, because we need to go fill up these cans. Some more, fill myself up too. No, we've gotten absolutely 0.0 details, other than what was those 2 words that that were mentioned in Mr. Atomic Duck's interview with the game director. They have mentioned absolutely nothing since then. in their traditional fashion of communications blackout. They'll say what they want to say, and that's about it. They don't they don't seem to make a habit of ever saying more than they need to anymore, which I understand to a certain extent, but it gets tiresome after a while. Here's my chance to make anything at the forges if I need to. And I don't think I need to. If you're interested in fuel production and the viability of potentially doing it in Zomboid. Did I get that on my notes? I think I did. Hang on. Got a meme for this? No. Yeah, here we go. I wrote an entire dissertation on it if you're interested. None of the devs have ever probably looked at it. Nobody else, very few other people looked at it, but a couple of people who, some of them seem to know what they're talking about, have replied, and there was some very interesting discussion on biodiesel was mentioned at many points in that thread. Alright, Jericho is looking clean. And you may notice that that thread was posted before B42 even came out. I would go as far as to say that most of what I wrote in there is holds up for the most part. Because there was a lot of speculation on how the liquid system would work. One thing that I did not know very well was whether the liquid mixing system would work the way I imagined it would. It will. There will not be a single problem. If somebody is deeply committed to making a mod to do what I describe in that dissertation, it would not. The liquid system would work perfectly fine for it, because the way we mix, like soda, for example. There's a bunch of different types of soda. They each have colors. And when you mix them together, it's just mixed liquids. but they produce slightly varying effects based on what they're mixed with, whether they're diluted with water, for example, and things like that. Yeah, I mean, honestly, all that sounds cool, but I mean, in a realistic situation, I feel like biodiesel would be the cheapest and most effective way to make locally sourced gasoline, or a locally sourced gasoline replacement, I guess. Biodiesel is not something you can just dump into a current vehicle, but I think the conversion process to convert a vehicle right now that needs to use, standard modern gasoline, I believe the conversion process to biodiesel is probably based on what I read in that thread at least, especially that, biodiesel is probably the most viable option. And I mean, we've already got all the other infrastructure for it. We've got the ability to grow corn and process it into things. There's other crops that can be grown. You're talking about alcohol production. There's sweet potatoes. There's, the hell are they? There's a specific crop that comes to mind there. What the hell was it? Checking my Discovery Recipes media now. Not sweet potatoes, but sugar beets. Sugar beets to ferment into alcohol. I don't know when or if that will ever be implemented, because right now sugar beets are 100% useless. They can be cooked, but they can't be added to any recipes. And eating them, regardless of whether they're cooked or not, eating them will always produce unhappiness. So basically sugar beets are currently, you can grow them, and that's about it. When I grew them on Annie, my first one, my biggest character in B42, when I grew them with her, I literally just ended up throwing them into the compost for the most part, because there was just nothing you could do with them. But we're trying to think about the future here, and I predict that being a viable thing. Alright, I'm getting very sick of hearing raccoon hissing and spitting noises over here. I don't know where the fuck it is, but I'm gonna find it, and I'm afraid I'm gonna have to kill it, guys. It just doesn't stop. Oh, now it wants to stop. Okay. If I find the damn thing, it needs to stop hissing and spitting or I'm gonna kill it. Well, you can't even grow hops. Hops don't exist right now. You can plant them. The plant will die 100% of the time. And then, maybe you go in there and change sandbox settings. But we're here to do the default settings of the game. Alright, getting our bags cleaned up, and then we are fit to deploy. Redeploy, I suppose. So what I'm doing is I'm taking the stale kale out of my freezer and replacing it with fresh kale. And I'm just going to toss the stale kale directly into the compost downstairs. We have too much kale to ever deal with it being stale ever again. We're doing a bit of an experiment with these first two here. We've got an 11.2 encumbrance fish on one side, and then we've got 11 encumbrance of individual food items on the right side. I am very curious to see how much compost both of them get when everything in them decomposes. So we'll just put that on the far right side here, because I'm trying to see exactly what all factors go into how much compost you get out of an individual food item. I've always been under the impression it seems to be strongly correlated to encumbrance, but fish are a bit of a wild card there. So, yeah, it'll take a little bit longer for us to actually figure that out, but I would like to. Yes. Tools and material to make complex... Yeah, all of the underlying infrastructure is here. They just have to go through and actually create the recipes and balance them properly. Speaking of balance, we now have... Hold on, can I do this? I can! Oh yeah, Katana's akimbo. Yeah. Oh yeah. Hell yeah. I'm gonna find that raccoon. Ah, there it is. Oh, it's not running. Oh, you know. Oh, I mean, okay. So, it's actually my fault that this thing is hissing and spitting. It probably hates me a lot right now because I picked it up. I picked it up and then it, oh shit. Oh shit. Starving and dying of thirst because the act of picking it up means it's mine now. And it won't eat or drink anything else. So, like some kind of a horrific human being, I basically took responsibility for its welfare inadvertently. I'm going to be real with you guys. The game shouldn't work like that. Alright, I took care of the thirst. Now I just got to give it something to eat. It'll probably have no problem eating kale. I'm pretty sure that these things will eat just about anything. Okay, it won't eat the kale. So what do they eat? This doesn't tell me anything. IGUI animal UI info raccoon boar. Okay, so this little bit right here, this is a placeholder where it says IGUI animal UI info raccoon boar. That's literally what is supposed to be put there instead of this little tag is a couple of line breaks and then something specific about what raccoons eat. I don't know what they eat. So let's just try. I got grass. I got grass, boys. I got grass. Let's see if grass works. Everything else seems to eat grass. Yep, it does. Okay. I am hand feeding the bastard. And he is no longer dying of thirst or starving. Now, here's another problem, unfortunately. There's many problems here. One major problem is it does not sorry, lost my brain meat for a second there. There's nowhere I can put it out here where it will not eventually hear gunshots and get stressed. So I literally, if I want to take care of this thing, which technically I kind of have the responsibility for, if I want to take care of this thing, the most responsible thing to do is just drop it back off of Jericho. So I wasn't planning on going right back to Jericho, but that is now the, yeah, if we actually want this thing to live and not be stressed for the rest of its life, then yeah, that's what we got to do. Saving raccoons was not on my bucket list for today, but well, I took responsibility for the thing. If anybody's not familiar with why the thing suddenly is no longer wild, why it's suddenly a tame raccoon, it's because I picked it up once a while ago when I first arrived here. When I first arrived here, the thing was running all over the place. I was getting pissed off with it, so I picked it up and put it somewhere, as opposed to killing it. I was ready to kill the thing, but I picked it up, put it somewhere else. The simple act of picking it up means it is now a tame animal. Yeah, make of that what you will. In any case, I will put it with my other tame animals who have basically unlimited resources. Well, raccoons, I find them to be quite cute, as long as they are not running out in front of my vehicles while I'm trying to drive. Like this one right here, for example. This one is a female. So I might, I mean, we might have a mating pair now.
Come on.
I mean, if it's just going to do that. Hang on. We can use the same tactics we use to pick up deer with this. So what you do is you keep the menu open so that you can click the pickup button and wait till it gets along a fence and then do it like that. Yeah, so it's ours now. So we've got a mating pair. I just got to come back for the other one now. Okay, now one of the reasons I'm doing this is because both of these raccoons will have spawned on the latest version of the game. Now what that means is any problems that animals from previous versions of the game, before we migrated our save, any animal problems from those will not apply to these two, theoretically. So our cows, who seem to be eternally pregnant but never give birth, maybe these two will not have the same problem. Who knows? So basically what I accomplished there is I picked up that female and then left it behind so that it's not going to run away. It'll still be there when I come back. I don't have an animal trailer, so I can only carry one at a time. I will not take more than these two, though. These two will be my mating pair, and that's it. And I have no idea if they'll ever mate, because in order to mate, the male will have to de-stress first. So we'll see if that ever happens. Yeah, this one is Spiffore, and we'll call the other one Spiffette. Your cow is eternally prego as well. Now, unfortunately, I hate to say it, but I know for a fact that you have also migrated your save. So all of our experiences in that regard are basically invalid as far as the devs are concerned. We have to be starting over after every single version. Again, I've said this before, but if the devs actually listened, or even pretended to listen to my feedback, or not even feedback, but bug reports, objective, measurable bug reports that I've submitted have gone completely ignored. Some of them for literal years now at this point. It has been well over a year since I reported tobacco being impossible to grow. Oh, the raccoon we went right past it. And so because of that, if they're not going to follow the most basic, hey, thanks, we'll look into this. That's all they have to do. I don't need a status report. They don't need to open a ticket. I don't need none of that shit. I just need, hey, thanks, received. They don't even have to thank me. Just be like, received. Literally, that's all I would need, and I would be so happy to, well, I don't want to make it parasocial, but there could be a symbiotic relationship here. I would be so much more willing to do exactly what they want for us to, start over every single update. I'd be more than happy to do that. If, I'll do what they want to do, even when I find it distasteful, if they, actually listen to me for anything, literally anything. I don't want to make it sound like I'm needy here, but I mean, come on. If you want your community to participate in things, the least you can do is give like the slightest amount of reciprocity. All right, we've got Spiff O and Spiffette. You shall be named. So this one is also agitated. I don't even know why, but I can only imagine that it was probably around when I was shooting guns previously in that area. So yeah, just like the other one, it will be agitated for a while. But we have solved the problem of random raccoon hissing and spitting noises next to my forward base. That was the goal of everything I just did. We just got a little distracted in the process, which is okay. That's what we do here. I've been thinking in the back of my brain meat about an idea that could help early access game developers using Steamworks API to submit bug reports as if they were trouble tickets. It's probably not something that you would just want anyone to participate in. You would probably want to whitelist people. Because, I'm sure if you've ever looked at the bug report forms on Steam, that is phenomenally bad. And lots of people would just go in there and not follow the instructions and just be like, oh, I had a crash with this, this, and this. And of course, one of the moderators has to go in there and be like, were you running any mods? And they'll be like, just these 50. And I mean, at that point, you got to link them the sticky thread, and that's it. But what you could do, and I mean, this would require effort on the part of the devs, so this would be something that, honestly, an open source project would be amazing for this. Just something that talks to the Steam API to get user information and necessary information from the game files, and forces a couple of acknowledgments. Yes, this is something that happens without mods, this, and this, and just refuses the bug report automatically if there are any mods installed. It's relatively easy to do something like that. But if you make it game agnostic and just use Steamworks, so that Steamworks can verify that it's actually somebody who owns the game and is reporting from that instance, so you don't just get flooded with random Russian trolls and whatnot. Yeah, it's just something I've been thinking about in the back of my head as somebody who does my day job. I don't talk about it very often, but a lot of it is handling tickets. So this is genuinely my wheelhouse right here. Now, the system we currently use is ServiceNow. I would never touch that with a 10-foot pole. That costs a lot of money, and you don't get your money's worth from it. It is absolute fucking garbage. If your enterprise is ever considering ServiceNow, run away screaming. Run away screaming. That shouldn't be there. Let's grab that. Well, yeah, auto crash logs if the person is not using mods. That is an example of bulk data that they would have to have, like, probably somebody dedicated specifically to collecting and analyzing that. That's a lot of work, and that's a lot of money to pay somebody to do. So I don't know if that would be something that would be a good idea for the devs. At least not without a filter, right? There needs to be a way to filter those crash reports to something that is sensible. And I mean, like, how do you make sure that you don't accidentally capture the crash logs of some modder who's like testing something that doesn't even have the mod installed, but is in the Lua console testing things? I personally have crashed the game multiple times recently. I went into debug mode with a separate character, and I tested to see what kind of crazy things you can do with adding extra bullets to random regular guns. Right? Can I make a rifle function like a shotgun? The short answer is no. PZ Bullet does way too much under the hood that is weapon specific. So PZ Bullet is not extensible right now. I haven't even looked at PZ Bullet specifically, but I can already tell you it is not extensible. Not in the slightest. It is being crafted very specifically to work with, you know, shotguns in a specific way and regular bullets in a specific way. Maybe someday it will be. Maybe someday they'll make it a lot more amenable, perhaps is the right word. Error magnifier. Yeah, actually, you're not wrong. There's a place for AI in that pipeline somewhere. And especially when you're dealing with lots of data that a lot of it can be safely discarded, right? If you're looking at things and there's a very low chance for a small error to actually mess up the overall picture, then that's where AI can actually truly shine, right? You get your LLM to just parse through bug reports, or not just bug reports, but automated crash dumps, and just, you know, have the AI model aligned on certain things that are known problems, you know, aligned to identify mods, aligned to identify certain Lua things that would identify it as you know, somebody fucking around with the console, for example. There's all kinds of things you can do with that. You wouldn't even need to change the alignment. You could just do that in the system prompt. Ignore this, this, and this. Ignore this, this, and this. Well, system prompts can be kind of weak sometimes, honestly. I've tried to tell LLMs to do things in the system prompt, and that is, oh, that's mixed. That's mixed. If anybody's not familiar with the system prompt, I actually have one right here on my desktop. It's basically every time you send a text prompt to an LLM, if you're going through, you know, your ChatGPT or your Gemini or whatever the fuck, every time you send it, there's some shit under the hood that you don't see. And very, 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 very rarely will these AI developers actually release their system prompt. This is an example of one where they actually did. ZImage Turbo. ZImage Turbo used Qwen 3.5. Qwen 3.5 VL to caption their entire image database. And what they did is this is the exact text. This is the token sequence. They wrote it in fucking moon runes because they're all Chinese, but they wrote it. This is an exact token replication of it. You're basically just you're kind of like telling a fucking story to the LLM before it uses VL to the machine vision to process the image, and then what it does is it reverse engineers a prompt for that image and spits it out as a caption for the entire image database of however many millions of images that you have. And what it does is it creates a very high parameter database of natural language descriptions for all of the imagery. And the system prompt right here is, I mean, I'm going to be real with you guys. I fucked with this a little bit. A lot of this is just some fucking yap. Like, it's the AI is going to narrow down on, you know, strictly following a logical sequence, and then it'll pick and choose a little bit out of each of these paragraphs to actually kind of, you know, pay attention to. I completely forgot that I added this myself. This is the modified version. Yeah, I tried multiple different ways of getting it to not use fucking EM dashes, because AI abusing EM dashes is a tragedy for the commons. And yeah, anyway, I got to be careful about yapping about this shit, because I'll yap about it all day. On my days off when I'm not streaming, sometimes I will dump almost as many hours into screwing around with local models as I do playing Project Zomboid. So I just find it really fun. You'll never hear me say that AI is not fun and does not have a place in the world. I just think everybody, well, not everybody, but almost everybody right now who's trying to use it for business purposes has no fucking clue what they're doing, and they're wasting a lot of time and money. And a lot of people who are trying to build data centers to get the next AI hype also wasting a lot of money and a lot of resources, regrettably. We're still a little ways out from bedtime here. I am going to have her chill briefly while I step away. I'll just be gone for about a minute and a half tops. And then when we get back, we are We could resume looting some of those corpses. I will think about that while I step away. I will think about that because cleanup of the area back here, cleanup of this area to identify how many more zombies are left in some of these building, like going up around Jefferson and Second here. I seriously doubt we got very many zombies out of like the back areas of these top buildings of the connected trio. So we're gonna have to like evaluate that. So we could either go back to where I've got the star marked. That's where we did the bombing, or we could circle up here. Both of that would be a viable overnight task. So I'll be right back, folks, and I will think about that while I step away. Just a moment. Yes, I do want this bubble to pop. It needs to. It'll hurt, but it needs to happen. Alrighty, I have returned. Appreciate everybody sticking around. Hopefully the chair had something insightful to add. So I was thinking about our next course of action. And if I'm going to be checking the rears of these buildings, I would like to do that with daylight. So we will continue cleaning up a little bit of the corpse pile tonight, or yeah, after we catch our first sleep here, and then we will, with the daylight, we'll go around to Jefferson to 2nd. Thank you, Nana. All right, so we don't have too much else to do for the rest of the evening. We will cut the lights and fast forward a bit. Well, actually, we should make some salads. Yes, we should make some salads. That is actually a perfect thing to do right now. We have just enough time, I believe. Breakfast for the whole week. All right, perfect timing. We can go to bed now. In case we get sick, I do have the respirator on my person. I am hoping that we won't need it. If anybody wasn't here earlier, we're going back to a parking lot on the other side of this little alleyway here, where we detonated a massive pipe bomb. And we have actually been in the God damn it. We're in the process of looting the corpses. And the reason we need to loot the corpses is because it's the police station, so lots and lots of law enforcement zombies with shotguns, specifically JS3T shotguns, and handguns too, so 9mm. Cook maxing, yeah, kind of something like that. Our most recent, we've been kind of doing this in 3x3 tile grids. The most recent has been right here, and we kind of did a golden ratio pass like this. So we're right here now, so that means let's go. I feel like this might be too close to where we started, but let's take a look real quick. No, not too close, but yeah, let's just get started. We are getting cold. Okay. That means I need the vest. So after we finish this current pile, we go get the vest. We have the technology. We don't have to be cold. We just need to know when to use it and when not to, because when it's not cold enough to wear the vest, then we are just going to get hot really quickly. That should absolutely do the trick. Alright, so let's go in the opposite direction from here then. We've got these 3x3 here, so let's start a 3x3 right here. I do hear somebody far to the left over there. Here we go, a shotgun and a pistol here. That JS2000 is at 90% integrity. That's exactly what we're here for. Now, I'm not going to even bother trying to put it into a bag or whatever right now. We're just getting it off of the corpses so that it doesn't decompose along with them. That's all I care about right now. We'll come back for it later. Can't wait for the leaving items outside causes the condition to degrade update. I'm sure it's right around the corner. This Lance Block. Oh man, I thought this guy's name was Lane Block for a second there. That would have been an amazing name for a traffic cop. I mean, Lance Block is already a pretty funny name for a traffic cop, but Lane Block would have been that would have been a perfect name for a traffic cop. Ooh, this is a priest. I didn't even know that there was such thing as a priest shirt. Now we do. Hello, to my left. You guys are interrupting May. Fuck off. I killed all y'all already. You're late to the party, pal. He's not the only one in this area, most like. Yeah, no, we got somebody up there. A&S Trading Co. I suppose while I'm here, this is all the remainder that we didn't get with the pipe bomb. We used the corner of this building to lure the rest of the ones that didn't get bombed into a very tight group as they came around this corner. And then it was just a perfect shotgun spread shooting from this direction. We had to fall back a little bit when they broke that door, but otherwise amazing. Beautiful results from this area. Would absolutely come here again if I had to take this place over again. So remember, you can pick up stuff from corpses from a 3x3 3x3 radius. So standing in the center right here, we've got a pretty wide radius around us. There's the sickness. So there's us putting the respirator on. Don't fuck around with sickness anymore. You can actually unironically die of it now. So I don't fuck with it the moment I get the stage 1 Moodle. That's when the mask goes on. Or we fall back, whichever is appropriate. Here we go. Shotgun and handgun on this one here. Thank you, Cordell Tirado. Yeah, Cordell Tirado. 9mm and a walkie. Just a nightstick. All right, beautiful. That is that side pile taken care of. Before we jump back into the main pile, let's have a bite of salad. I made this this one with leftovers, so we don't even have to eat into our main salads yet. All right, where was I? Before I was rudely interrupted, we went from here to there. And we were like halfway down from the top. So we can speed scroll. Yunself. Now that's a funny name. Who you have done that yourself. You turned her against me. You have done that yourself. Y'all done that yourself. It's another JS3T at 90% right there. It is quite literally what we're here for. I'm here for it. More 9mm, mostly loaded. Okay, that's this area taken care of. So I think we're out to the extremities now. This will be the last portion that I probably take a look at, unless anything else jumps out at me. I don't typically do this for zombie corpse piles. And that's because zombie corpse piles usually don't have tons and tons of cops with shotguns on their back. I had a friend with that name. He changed it. Didn't like where it came from. JS2000, that's what I'm looking for. Still getting cold even with the chest piece on. Now that's fascinating. So that means that the chest piece is actually not powerful enough to sleep outdoors in this weather. I would still get cold. Not that I expected it to be that powerful, but that is that is something that I'm interested in knowing, having the knowledge, right? So this 3x3, like I said, that is probably the last one. Just checking now for anything that visually jumps out at me, like this guy. I always peel the hats off of the deputies. So any deputy with a hat on it is one I haven't checked. Ooh, another police duffel bag. Glad I checked down here. These are extremely useful. These, I haven't checked it yet. I can already tell you it probably has some fully intact weapons in it. Question will be what kind. The hero of Louisville. The man they call Jane. Okay, we're out of here. At last, find that really sealed the deal. Let's see what we got. 2 perfect shotguns and 1 perfect handgun. Works for me. I don't really care about a nightstick right now. I do not. I'm not a short blunt user anymore. It's great early game, but we are not in early game anymore. And would you look at that? That is perfect timing. It is now our second bedtime. And what we do now is we come back for the loot that we left on the floor. We come back for that after the corpses decompose. Because, yeah, we're not adding any more to that pile now. We're going to do a bombing in a different area if there's enough remainder to justify a bombing. If there's not enough for that, then we'll handgun them down. Or M16, whichever is appropriate. To be perfectly blunt, if somebody's watch alarm goes off and they're under like 1 or 2 corpses, you would not hear it. You would not hear it. It's not something that's meant to be heard from, across the room. It's meant to be heard by the person wearing it. But, no, we gotta have a watch alarm suddenly go off and alert all the zombies to your presence so that you can come over and get killed. Oh no, this is how you died. It's contradictory, to say the least. It is a little contradictory. Alright, we'll peel the attachments off of those weapons after we catch our second sleep here. Keep staying on schedule. Speaking of schedule, nightmare at 7 a.m. Honestly, I want to say we're probably fine. Yeah, we might get tired like half an hour or an hour early. I think we're going to be fine. I'm going to read we'll just read a magazine. This 9mm is actually probably very important right now because it's going to be the next 9mm I start using when my current one gets damaged. So it goes into SWAT. Also, I don't know if I would ever want to use a JS2000 right now. I mean, there's almost no point in taking a 2-shot reduction in my tube for a slight increase in range when most of my shots are not at long range. Most of my shots are quite medium range. But, fine, I'll put 1 in there. The other one is designated for repair purposes, so I pull the choke tube off of it. And I think we already have a place to repair it. There is a slightly damaged GS3T right here. That has not been repaired yet. This police duffel bag is now repaired JS3Ts for now. I will put it on the floor right here. We don't actually have a lot of room in here, so kind of necessary. All right, we are now taking off the heavy clothing, putting on the lighter clothing. And I will leave the heavy clothing in the truck, because who knows what kind of weird situation might call for it. Today's food is 2 of those salads we made yesterday. And then we just fill up our water, we're good to go. So if anyone wasn't here when I mentioned earlier, the next goal, after we trawled through all those corpse files, next goal is to verify the quantity of Zeds that did not get pulled into our kill group. Could be a lot, could be a not. We'll have to find out. This empty magazine lingering here, let's get rid of that. And nothing. I think we're good to go. Are we? We don't have a lot of loose 357 right now. In fact, we don't have like any. Therefore, opening a carton. And then I do not think we're going to have room for the entire carton back here. I'm going to put 6 boxes in the trunk, and then the other 6 into SWAT, which SWAT is my loose ammo carrier. Usually platforms that I'm actively shooting, I'll try to keep, if it's not in carton form, I'll try to keep it in the truck here. But, can't have everything that I want. Okay, we're looking good. I'm going to crack one of those boxes open now. So we got plenty of 357, plenty of 9mm. Got a sword on our back. Hope in our hearts. Vengeance in our soul. Off we go, folks. So we take a left here up at Jefferson. And Jefferson will take us down to... This is Jefferson, right? Hang on. Yes, this is Jackson. Okay, I went too far. Jefferson is actually right across from Cozy Box. Okay. I slightly misread. That's fine. We'll take Scholar's Lane here and check, turn onto Jefferson from there. Say the line, Bart. Next week. Yay! No, I didn't. You know what? That's not a bad idea. That's not a bad idea. If we do it right now, that might help. If anybody doesn't know what we're talking about here, zoom levels. If you uncheck all the way down so that you can only go up to 150, I do believe this will help your frame rate a little bit in Louisville. Not a silver bullet, doesn't fix everything, but it limits a little bit of what your system has to hold in the memory pool. I believe that's how it works. I'm not 100%. Did I take a back road when I shouldn't have here? Yes. Yes, I was supposed to go just... Okay. This parking lot called my name, and I started looking at it, but then I started moving on. So, no. Let's, this was our turn, and then upwards at the next intersection, I believe. Yes. This should be Jefferson. And we want to take Jefferson up to 2nd and keep an eye on anything coming out of the courthouse here. This courthouse is linked to the, you can see in the bottom left-hand corner of the screen, the courthouse is linked to the police complex for true railroading of the justice system here. tried to hit escape so that I stopped trying to open my map, but it was too late. We're good. What I was going to do there is take a quick peek at my map and then ID that we are, in fact, in the top corner of the... Yes, this is the top corner of the courthouse. Nothing else attached up here. And I heard, I don't know, maybe 5 or 6. It didn't sound like more than a dozen. When there's more than a dozen, the whispers are basically constant. The little mouth-breathing noises. If the mouth-breathing noises are basically constant, I'm pretty sure that means that there's at least a dozen or more. Minimum. There could be much, much more than that, but I think, like, after a dozen, that's when it's just constant. You have no breaks on the sound. But we're hearing breaks. That tells me that a little bit less than a dozen, most likely.
Hey!
So what I'm going to do is just shout right there at the entrance, and then back up, and then just see what who shows up at the entrance there.
Hey!
That's right. Catch me outside. How about that? Oh, we've got... Should have predicted this. Okay. Somebody on the other side of that fence up there. I didn't really look too closely. I do not expect that we're going to get anything that I can't handle with melee here. But that's what we're here to test. Prep to fall back if we must. Remember, I am level 10. Long blade, strength, and fitness. I am a wood chipper. I am the terror that quacks in the night. I am the bacon in the fridge for all who cry out in hunger. I am the alpha and the omega. I am the Naba and the Al-Haya. Lots of slow ones who never made the party. Makes perfect sense to me. Switch into the Shetty, since the sword needs a sharpen. Bonk. 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 A lot more than a dozen. My situation was not read correctly there. I'm Goku. I am insane. From Earth. You mean Saiyan?
Hey!
Yeah, I heard somebody scratching a door. And I hear somebody flipping over something. There's a railing just right inside there. You can see that there's this little railing here. It's probably part of the courthouse. Or the courtroom, rather. A bench to the left or some shit. Come on out. Come on out. Alright, let's go sharpen our sword. Now what we're basically doing is just kind of entering the back ends of the buildings there, and testing the waters. We passed that test. That was, we flowed like water. There was no waterfalls nor dams. It all flows nice and smooth there. Yep, yep, yep. That was it went over my head the first time, but I put on a lot of TFS as background noise. That's the best way to appreciate it. It's one of those series that you'll never catch everything the first time. This is just a small town church in it. Church of the Risen something, yeah.
Hey!
I can watch it, but only as background noise. I can't sit down and watch it like, you know, just have it capture my full attention. It is regrettably it's very much a product of its time with the extended reaction shots and the filler episodes. That I haven't tried Kai, but I imagine Kai is probably not as bad as I imagine it to be. See, I always thought that some parts of the series that people would call filler, I actually didn't dislike very much. But then, so yeah, I understand completely some of it. Some of it is absolute filler. The extended reaction shots. There was this one moment in the middle of the Cell games that I just remember. I remember just it was something like, I think Cell had just turned perfect or something, and he was just doing something. Like, it was long after his transformation, he just did something, and we got an extended reaction shot from everybody present. Vegeta sees this. Trunks sees this. Krillin sees this. Everybody is just sitting there for like 5 seconds straight. It I just started laughing. I just started cackling because yes, absolutely, that was being extended to make it last a little bit longer before the next commercial break. You could absolutely tell. Anime these days is so much better off about that. They don't time anything for commercial breaks because commercials, well, if you're watching on Crunchyroll, they just get shoved in there wherever the fuck they feel like. If you're doing the correct thing and watching somewhere else, anywhere else, then there are no commercials. Chat, is this real? Chat, are we fried? Nah, it's honestly, I think the modern world has not just lowered our attention spans. That's one thing. The modern world has also just given us so many ways to spend our time that certain ways of spending our time no longer feel like a good expenditure of time. That's the other side of that coin. Because, like, you know, it used to never be imaginable that we could sit there and actually parse through something useful on a little cell phone device while watching TV. That never used to be a thing. Now everybody takes it for granted. So just when guys our age were younger, we never did that. But now other generations just can't seem to not do that. Me personally, I spend so much time in front of a internet-connected device all day that when I'm out in real life and I'm not in front of a screen, that's my time away. I don't pull out my cell phone almost ever, unless I specifically need to contact somebody or I'm listening for a text message or something. No, I'd never pull it out because that's my breathing space, right? If I'm going shopping, waiting for something at the store or something like that, I'll just chill. Just chill. Maybe people watch or whatever. It's like the anti-screen time. That's kind of how I look at it. Apathy is a tragedy and boredom is a crime. Ah! I don't know what that's from, but I like it. Alright, we should be coming up now on the far edge of, yes, whatever this building is. This is the prison. This is the prison. This little green building is a building next to the prison, but then this segment here with the little blue dots, this is actually the prison yard, right? So it doesn't show on the map, but there's a untouchable fence right here. And that was where I was trying to make a hole with the sledgehammer, but we failed at that little tactical maneuver. So there is still going to be a large chunk of zombies stuck inside of that unbreakable fence area, which it is what it is. That was a very small addendum to what would have been a we would never even have noticed them in the group because we were already hitting the zombie limit. Potential strategic resources in here. If you know, you know. This lady was a detective, I think. Yeah, look at that. Oh, no, not a detective, a ranger. Neat. I saw the holster and I was like, oh, you don't look like, but you're actually... I can't fix that, can I? No, I can. Holy crap. I have not seen a ranger jacket that I can recall. So I'm actually kind of curious about that. I'll leave those there for now. Maybe we'll come back later and fix them. Give our sword a little sharpeny sharp here. I have a bite to eat, and then we're going to wipe out any foot mobiles we can find on this side of the building. Then I have an idea. It involves a sledgehammer. Because this being a prison means that there are a lot of places inside of it that, well, lots of zombies can't really flow through. I wonder. One coming from across the street, slow. Interesting that I killed that one with the quietest weapon in the game, and two of these guys aggroed onto me. Neither are fast, so let's grab the slow one. I am interested in leveling knife, that's what I'm here for experience-related things, but, done. Now, you see, look at that. That was bullshit. If my hand raises, I should be able to do the jaw stab. But my hand raised, but she was too close. There we go. I'll never get this to the point where I can just instantly do it. I didn't even see her hand raise that time, so interesting. Did I blacksmith the sword? Yes, absolutely. We have an entire backpack full of swords that we put together ourselves. Every steel bar that you find out here is just a little bit of wood charcoal away from being forged into a proper sword. There we go. It's another Zed aggroed to me. Okay. Oh, is it? Okay. So you're telling me that there's code in there that literally checks to see how many Zeds are aggroed onto you and then makes it harder to jaw stab. I would believe it. There's a GIF of the way jaw stab used to work, of some dude just wiping out an entire horde just by doing jaw stab on everybody in front of him. It was really funny to watch, and I think one of the devs saw that. This is one of the things that might subconsciously be preventing me from ever actually doing any pipe bomb compilation videos, because I feel like all it takes is the dev to see one of them and be like, no, pipe bombs can only kill a maximum of 20 targets now. Tell me that won't happen. Tell me that won't happen so I can fucking laugh at you, please. As much as I would really like to make a pipe bomb compilation video, I feel like if there is even the slightest chance of it getting just a couple hundred, maybe just a couple thousand views, then flies across the dev's dashboard and they're like, nah, stop that, stop having fun, I had a feeling. Actually, I haven't taken any knife damage. I'm pleasantly surprised. Oh, yes. The, yep. You're 100% correct about both those things. I don't necessarily hate them for changing floors. I just wish they just made everything equal in terms of experience gain for building carpentry. You know, if it's this level, then that's the level that we get experience for. But no, that's too easy. We gotta make it harder. I think the moment that the phrase battle milk was created, the moment you give a nickname to something that makes this game very fun, that's when you need to start seriously worrying about the Indie Stone. Yeah. Next time that something like battle milk happens, don't give it a nickname. Don't give it a nickname. I'll kill the fast one and then knife the slow one. They'll give us milk rotting and then they won't give us pasteurization. I can already tell. Now this is where I expected there to be quite a few of them. Because this is where we pulled out the M16, or no, rather, this is where we will pull out the M16. This is where we pulled out the sledgehammer and tried to cut the corner, and then ended up having to leave a number of folks here. So this is where I'm gonna double check my 6 here, but then we're gonna pull out the M16 right in that area, because that is actually a great place to nail a bunch of people who come up and get stuck on the fence, and also nail a bunch of foot mobiles that are on our side of the fence. And if we need to fall back, we've got this road right here. M16 onto the back, a few reloads into the backpack. Now I will have to have my head on a swivel still. I just saw somebody go in here. What brought him directly in here, I wonder? Like, I found that genuinely curious. He just felt like going in there, I guess. He just didn't want to go inside and chill in the office building. He was getting tired of being outside. He was cold. Being dead makes you pretty cold, you know? Before I go loud... What before I go loud? Nothing. I'll just deal with these guys. I don't have to sit there and wait for my hand to go up. Something I need to remember. I'm used to, like, you know, wanting to check between each strike to make sure my hand goes up. But no, if I'm in the right range, I should assume that I'm going to stay in the right range. Alright, so, speaking of range... it's kind of hard to see the crosshair. In fact, it's almost impossible to see anything but the red circle. But we've got a pretty good collapse right now. Weather's pretty good. Visibility's good. We're at an ideal range. Wasn't expecting to grab the shotgun, but it's right here. I shall do what I must. We've got a invulnerable corner right here. The wind's at our back, lads. That's all we need. That was one moment where I had to cancel my reload because I cannot trust my reload once it goes into getting into a vehicle. I just don't trust it anymore. It's been a while since I've switched between heavy weapons, so let's do it. This is the corner we want them all to come around, but oh shit, they're coming from this side. Okay, well, mission failed. We'll get them next time. Wow, there's still a lot in there. Okay, fair enough. So I'm not firing up the light bar just yet. I do want to bring everybody out here, but I don't want them all following me yet. because we don't actually have a lot of maneuver space in there. This is actually a lot less damaging to go through at 5 miles an hour like that. Oh, look at all those dudes in there. Interesting. You would have thought we hadn't spawned that place in yet. Well, now we have. Okay. We're kind of surveying the area for a bomb site now. We got outdoor foot mobiles on both sides of the building still. There is a lot of work left to do here. This is why we test the waters. I have a silly idea. I have a very, very, very silly idea. No. There's no way that would work. There's no way that would work. I kind of want to come up with a solution, a creative solution to this mess. Because we don't have a lot of parking lot space. And what I'm trying to think of now, is there a way to get a bunch of zombies trapped in a 7x7 cell where they will be within range of a pipe bomb without just driving in circles with the light bar? Like, the light bar will help, but what I want to do is see if we can get them into the area and then make it hard for them to get out of the area. That's what I want to try. We don't have a bomb set. No, we don't have a location. That's the problem. One of our best bombing locations currently is full of corpses, and we can't do that. We can't pile corpses on top of corpses. I mean, you can try. I don't recommend it. I genuinely don't recommend it. It's not a... You need to be able to drive very freely if you want to use the strategy I've been using so far. But what I'm actually thinking about now is a slightly different strategy. I am going to put my heavy weapons away here. How is the M16? M16 is down to 12 shots. Let's just reload that. So what this place is a, this is where we handled the two-story suites right here. We used a mixture of office panels and regular fences, and I'm actually just here for the office panels right now. They weigh 3 each. Zombies can flip over them almost indefinitely. And as you can see, we tried to create a defensive position here, but so many of them came out of the building that they just completely blew through one of the fences, which is fine. We handled it. It was messy, but we handled it. More right cubicles than left, it seems. So what I'm trying to create here with these cubicle panels is a system of incentives. It's kind of hard to explain. I think visually. Demonstrating it visually will be the best way to show what I'm talking about here. Now, if this tactic that I'm thinking about works, then we don't need a massive parking lot. All we actually would need is a wall. A wall that they cannot just break through. The electronics store is probably the ideal candidate. Okay, so 1, 2, 3, 4, 5, 6, 7. 1, 2, 3, 4, 5, 6, 7. We are going to have to commandeer a large section of the street here. And that's okay. Dropping this garbage bags and mark the epicenter. Um, 7 tiles. There's no way. There's no way a pipe bomb would reach that far away, is it? Am I going insane? That's pretty far. Diagonally, it's got to be... There's got to be something... Yeah, diagonally, there's got to be something else at play there. There is no way. Now what we're doing here is we're creating a slowdown effect that should slow them down once they're inside of these panels. Now these two are gonna definitely grab me soon here. Yeah, let's just deal with them. Need this road clear. Or at least a chunk of it. Okay. Sorry if that was rather anticlimactic. We had that huge group, but I mean, we weren't ready to handle them. There was no bomb planted, and we don't have an immediately obvious place to plant it. So... 2, 3, 4, 5, 6, 7. I honestly think that 7 tiles, quote unquote, is actually just referring to a total of 7 in like a plus sign. So like 1, 2, 3, 4, 5, 6, 7. And I swear it's radial. We know this by now. It is absolutely radial. It is not like a square. It is a radial arc. No, you don't have to be an engineer. In fact, I don't even know if engineer starts with the recipe. But if you're not, if I don't, yeah, okay, I don't know. I'm just going to answer that. I don't know. The long answer is, as far as I know, you have to find the pipe bomb recipe either by finding a pipe bomb that already exists, or you have to find the magazine, Cheapskate John's homemade explosives. So there's one orientation with which we cannot place these cubicles. That orientation is in this like closing it like that. So 2 in that direction, 2 in this direction. Okay, so I did want to put right here. Now what we're going to do is we're going to go get my, I have a trailer that has like another 8 of these. We're going to go get that, and then I also have some more elsewhere. The trailer with the open bed is the one that has spare divider panels in it. And if we need to get more, we know where to go. There's plenty of places in the area. What? I don't know exactly where these guys came from, but I know where they're going. I thought we had cleared out a good corner of that building that's the closest up there. Honestly, if anybody is in this area right now, we need to be wiping them out with extreme prejudice, because anybody in this area, on this part of the street, is liable to eventually make their way up to my base, even as soon as tonight. So this intersection up here is okay-ish, as long as they're not showing any signs of coming further towards me. The frame drops are starting to stack up, so we're not far away from the point of needing to close and reopen the game here. And that's okay. We'll just need to probably do it maybe at the end of the night tonight. And we actually have 8 of each type in here. So we are loaded with cubicles. Past me knew that future me would have some stupid idea of what to do with cubicles. And we're going to see if this idea is truly stupid or if I'm onto something here. 2, 3, and that. So 1, 2, 3, and then I'm on the other side there. Now, that being said, okay, we've learned that we cannot put our weak spot, relatively speaking, for corner coverage is on the top up here. So if we were to actually just use the corner of this building as part of the structure, we could probably make good use of that. Okay, so I am going to have to relocate this. It's okay. We have plenty of time here because we're not starting this. We're not going to start this actual bombing activity until daylight. The initial planning, or the initial placement of these, was under the impression that it was 7 tiles in each direction. That's not a pipe bomb. You cannot get 7 tiles in each direction from the epicenter. It's 7 tiles, 7 tiles total across both directions. So 1, 2, 3, 4, 5, 6, 7 in this direction, and then 1, 2, 3, 4, 5, 6, 7 in that direction. That's how that works. If it was 7, like, you know, epicenter here and then 7 in this direction, well, we could put it to bed. We could just go measure from the epicenter of our previous bombing, the one we just did. Yeah, we could just go measure that. I'm going to do that after I place these. That's a very easy thing to do, and it will help us a little bit understand what I'm going for here. Basically, I guess the best way to phrase this is I'm creating an obstacle course that will slow them down as they get closer to the bomb. So, right, that as they're getting closer to the bomb, they're spending more and more time flipping over these fences. And that, I think, will trap more of them in there. I think. I don't know. I'm very curious to see how this will play out. Wow. Hitting pause real quick because there's one behind me. I don't. 1, 2, 3, 4, 5, 6. Holy shit! I don't know why I didn't think that could have been possibly right. 1, 2, 3, 4, 5, 6. Sorry. 1, 2, 3, 4, 5, 6, 7. Yeah. Okay. I should have just trusted my instincts. So, all right. Okay then. Don't you do that, KTO? You'll summon them. No, it's not 6 to 7 tiles. It's 7 tiles. Okay, I do still want to try to use the edge of one of these 2 buildings. But now that I know that it is actually 7 tiles, then yeah, we are going to do what I originally planned here. Now we don't have to move too many of these because we're going to need an inner circle, outer circle. Yeah, 1, 2, 3, 4, 5, 6, 7. So all we really need to move are these last 3. That leaves us so little room to actually drive through here. That's almost hilarious. Oh, you're gonna have to ask the Zoomers. I don't even know. I think it's just how they said the numbers. I think that's all it is. Well, okay. You know what? We're gonna find out if walls block explosions. I don't think they do. Or, I mean, low walls, rather. I want to say that large walls probably do. But I don't even know that. Okay. I'm seeing a pattern here. I messed this up. Wait, no, I didn't. It's just not possible to get perfect coverage from this direction either. We'll have to make somebody pay for it, I suppose. So we definitely need a lot more of these. But I think I see we're going somewhere with it. So if anybody is not familiar with what we're going for here, the extent of the pipe bomb is, we've confirmed this, it is 7 tiles away from the epicenter. So here's the epicenter, 1, 2, 3, 4, 5, 6, 7. And it does appear to be in a circular radius, so I'm not sure how the calculations on that work, and I honestly don't care. We're creating a bit of a circle around it, and we're making it's an obstacle course is basically what it is. It's an obstacle course that they are going to slow down as they pass through it. Now, this is a lot of preparation for a pipe bomb. Honestly, the only reason I would ever do this is because here in Louisville, we just don't have a lot of street space to work with. I can think of one other parking lot right now, and I don't know if we can even get to it easily. Yeah, I think this is a better course of action right now. Even if we had another parking lot, we would still have to do some shenanigans to, you know, pull all the cars out of the way. And I want to see if this is a viable strategy. That is the most important thing to me right now, is to see if this actually works. If it does, then our options for pipe bombing in the future have expanded tremendously. It is now 2300, so it is our bedtime. We'll just sleep, and as soon as we're up, we are grabbing some more of these panels. Oh, we've got 16 right here. Yeah, I just deployed a bunch here. I did not actually need to. So, yeah, we already know where we're getting them from. Now, because we had people wandering around the area, it's a small measure, but it helps. We eliminate all visibility into this room. If zombies do wander up, the generator should have no problem attracting them in this direction. So they should, theoretically, have no direct incentive to come upstairs here. Still unconfirmed. We've never actually had a zombie get close enough to our base for that to be truly tested. So we'll figure that out someday. Hopefully not today. I'm a big fan of not doing the faff for the foe. You know, something else we could do. This would only work on dirt, though. Hedgerows. Yeah, you can move hedgerows in this game. I sometimes forget about that. But we can quite literally move hedgerows. And hedgerows will significantly slow down the zombies. Now, the place where we originally got those divider panels is still loaded up with them. There are still plenty of divider panels to pick up. Yeah, fill a truck with hedgerows. Yeah, no, that is not a silly idea. That is an idea. It needs to be tested, is what it needs to be. I mean, did we accidentally just discover a meta against sprinters? Are hedgerows actually the new meta for sprinters? These are the questions that need to be answered. I would say it would annoy me to pick up a different color, but I don't really care at this point. 6 one, half a dozen the other. Now, another thing we can use, I was complaining before about cars and how they're no longer useful for stopping zombie movement. Nothing about what I said applies to slowing zombie movement, which is what we want to do. We want to slow them, not stop them. So cars are still a viable option. The problem is they're very bulky, and we need to be precise with what we're doing here. And these allow us precision that cars probably won't give us. Yeah, you'll need agriculture something to pick up anything. Anything plant-related in this game. So it would not be an immediate thing. One, two, three, 4, 5, 6, 7. Just my brain is looking at that range and it's like, nah, that's too far. But it's not. We've confirmed this. That big group's still right up there. Right where they need to be. Yeah, noisemakers are absolute dog water. And regrettably, I've tried other things like smoke bombs to break line of sight. Speaking of regrettably, in the future we may have to fall back to tactics like that to actually make it work, because in the future, gasoline spoilage might make it so vehicle-related luring is just not going to happen. Now, this is a slightly different approach than what my typical approach is to use a single point of reference and then broach, like estimate the size of the explosion outwards from there. That is my standard procedure for pipe bombing. But with this tactic, we're doing it the other way around. We're going by the blast radius itself, and we're slowing them down as they enter it. So we don't even have to stop. We don't even need a point of, what's it called? We don't need a point of reference in the center. What we need is a, just to see that everybody has filled up this area. Yeah, it is 5 a.m. We are hitting the sack soon here. So I was about to deploy those floodlights, but we don't need to. I'll leave the trailer here, and then we'll drop the rest of those cubicles. It would cost me almost nothing to come back here and fill in the gaps with some quickly put together fences, wooden fences. Those would probably get broken, and that's perfectly fine. That's what they're there for. And in fact, that would be an amazing use of all the logs we have. We would have to saw them. So the question would be, what's the weather like? I'll leave it up to the weather. If we've got good weather, then we're going to just go for it and see how it plays out. If we've got bad weather, we'll saw some logs and see if we can tighten that up even further. Getting food for the day. Weather is nice, so we're not going to bother trying to plug the gaps. We're just going to go for it and see if we can get good results. I mean, we could plug the gaps with silly things like chairs and whatnot, but those would get broken very quickly, so that's not a long-term solution. I mean, none of this would be a long-term solution once they get nerfed. But I suppose if they're going to get nerfed, then this can at least act as a proof of concept for whether it's worth investing the time and resources on welding some of these together. So I can do low fences that look somewhat similar to these out of metal. But what I can't do is make more welding rods. Oh, there is no using objects to block anything in there. It's fences or nothing, because, remember, if an object is next to any one piece of fencing, then that's it. The object can be walked right through. So it's fencing or nothing in there. I'm going to leave the trailer. I'll leave it back at base. There's no point in taking it anywhere else. Okay, so we're going to drop off the trailer. We're going to close and reopen the game to get rid of whatever these stutters are. And then we are going to summon the hordes of hell upon our little defensive position there. Alright, closing and reopening the game. If anybody was not here earlier, I explained the basic principle behind this is the game starts to stutter the longer you leave it running. Don't know exactly what's going on there, but that is the reality of Louisville. You know what else reality is right now? I'm pretty sure YouTube has not been recommending me very much today. That is regrettable, but that's something that happened because I chose not to make sure that I started before 8 a.m. I did just about everything else right. I changed the thumbnail, changed the title, and changed the... Yeah, no, everything else is different, but that's where we're at on that. I've got to make sure every stream has a new title, new thumbnail, and starts before 8 a.m. For some reason, that always seems to make YouTube recommend me more. But I forgot one of those three, and only about a third of people have dropped by than normally do. That is due to YouTube recommendations, which is about 60 to 70% of my traffic there. But I shan't lament too much. Now we're going to start all the way up here because we're straightening out the group that's in this road so that we can sweep right through them here. She about to nab on my L till I high it. We're going to do a nice wide loop around this intersection to give the ones all the way far back up here. Going to give them a little bit of a moment to catch up here. I can't believe myself right now. Can you guys believe what I forgot to do? I forgot to do the thing. The single most important thing of this process. It's alright. I will have to cut the light bar here, though. Detonator. Bomb. Detonator. Link to bomb. Arm and set. Bomb. Okay. Yeah. Oh, hello there. Not sure what happened there. I was. Oh. I know what happened there. We just got a little too close to where the corpses were, and the corpses got loaded. Okay, we're good. Now, what we're gonna do is, or we're gonna try to do. What I'm gonna try to do is bring the people who are down the road over there. I want to bring them through this building. That will slow them down a little bit so that I can loop back and grab the stragglers who are a little too far away to hear me right now. That's the theory, at least. Another police duffel right there. If I had any confidence that I could nail him with a window roll down shot, I would, but no, there's just too many now. So in with that tactic I was just talking about, we're actually going, we're making Ray Apps proud, boys. We're going into the building. We need to go inside the building. Hold on. Oh, I don't think I killed him. I hit him, but I don't think I killed him. It was a zombie with a police duffel. Police duffels contain intact weapons, usually 100%. I've never seen one that's not 100%. So this is where you can see my tactic of using this building to slow them down. I think it's going to work well for us. I think. Because we're backtracking, we're going at double speed. We're at 10 miles an hour. And we may need to go 10 miles an hour again, out of necessity here. There's only so much serpentine we can get away with. I believe in me, and I also believe in me believing in me, but this is gonna test me. I don't know if it's the same one, but there's a duffel carrier right there. Yeah, see, looking at me now, he's in the middle of everybody else. So, get down, Mr. President. Lots of slow ones on this side, that's important. Okay, here we go. We got the group. Or the beginnings of one at least. Okay, looks like we've got everyone we want. Beautiful. I have an idea about how to prosecute this, but I get the feeling it's not going to be perfect, and there's going to be a lot of room for improvement. That's okay. Oh, you thought we were done, did you? Did you think we were done? Because we're not done. This is where things get really tricky. Looks tricky. We lose audio for a second there. Yeah, this will absolutely put our truck through the ringer. And that is actually perfectly okay. That's what it's here for. It's heavy combat. And this is the heaviest combat I've ever done. Don't ask me why the audio is doing that. I think it has something to do with how many of them are flipping over at once. Sorry about that, folks. Hang on, I gotta... Haha! Take that, duffel bag carrier. See how slow they're moving? That's the goal. Okay then. This I did not predict. I don't know what it is. There's something highly comedic about the music just cutting out and flippity flip flip flippity flip flip flippity flip flip flip. Audio channel limit has been reached. I repeat, audio channel limit has been reached. Now we're getting into serious danger here. We do not want to be running over zombies. Okay, I have started learning a few things just now. This is not a bad strategy, but it definitely needs work. Mostly we need to not actually have fences at the outermost edges. The fences actually need to all be inside the blast radius. Alright, here we go. We're just going to back up a little further. And this will take out a good chunk of them. Yeah, that took out a good enough chunk of them. We can handle the rest with shotgun. I mean, all I would have to do is turn off the music and then play it myself. I could easily do that, but too late. Lesson learned for next time, though. I need to make sure I don't get approached from that side. Oh, this right here, yeah, this is the most effective use of a pipe bomb. There, nothing about this strategy right here, this pile is what a pipe bomb truly does. What we just did was a way to try to do it without a massive parking lot to drive in circles in. Because right now, this strategy on the left here, that got us all those kills, that requires a massive parking lot. And it needs to be wide open. We need to have lots of room to drive. If we don't have that, we can't replicate what's on the left here. I just tried a half measure to try to kind of get something a little bit close, and yeah. Now, this alleyway here is where I would hope they would go, but they're not gonna. They're not taking the bait. I can't guarantee my safety from that angle, then I need to fall back a little further. Ideally outside of the stink zone, but there is no outside of the stink zone, not here. Remember, we're just in mop-up mode now, so we don't have to worry about condensing them. We just need to worry about killing them and not getting flanked. Which I think we're in a pretty good spot for. Yeah. In fact, I think we're done with the shotgun. Okay, so immediate lesson learned is we need to make sure that the flippy floops, the fences that they're flipping over, need to be inside of the blast radius. Outside of the blast radius does more harm than good. Remote triggered pipe bomb that you left in the middle of where, yes, that's how it works. There are 3 types of remote controllers, and there's I can explain a little further in a moment. We'll need to make more, so I can actually show you, because we're down to our last pipe bomb, so I'll have to make another one. So I can show you how to make it, but yes, the long and short of it is that's the concept. You have to place it on a spot, and then you've got to get as many zombies as you can within. We did confirm it's 7 tiles. So you've got the epicenter, the tile you put it on, and then 7 tiles in all directions. Draw a circle around that, and that's your blast radius. So what we did earlier in the stream is we had a pipe bomb directly underneath this street light, and as you can see, 1, 2, 3, 4, 5, 6, 7 tiles of destruction in just a big old circle there. 7 tiles is the radius of the explosion. That's the best way to phrase it. For some reason, my brain was telling me it was actually the diameter of the explosion, not the radius. The radius is half the diameter, so the actual full diameter is 14 by 14 tiles in a circle. No targets in there. Hey, I mean, thrown bombs actually get... So I gotta announce, if anybody's not familiar, The one drawback to this is none of these kills get counted in your kill counter. But thrown bomb kills do. So a bunch of zombies, if you throw a pipe bomb at it without a remote trigger, and the bomb blows them up, you'll get credit for those in your kill counter. But remote explosives just don't work for the kill counter right now. But yeah, we do need to make more bombs. And we're about to get started on that momentarily here, because the mop-up process is pretty much done. I'm just going to drive around real quick and survey the bomb site. And I'm not going to start looting the zombies yet. But I do remember where that one with the duffel bag dropped, the police duffel bag. So I'm going to grab the duffel bag. And that's probably it for now. Yes, it was when they introduced ragdolls, coincidentally. When the ragdoll update was introduced, they also made explosives actually work against zombies. Like, for the longest time, explosives just never did anything to zombies. It was a PvP thing only. But, yeah, we've got the police duffel bag right here. It is a bright, obvious blue, thankfully. Some of the other duffel bags are hard to find, and this one only had a perfect shotgun and pistol in it. But I'll take them. Yeah, hey, there's another one. I had a feeling there was more than one. It's like that scene from the end of Ocean's 11. So wait, where'd the money go? Da-da-da-dun, da-dun. And we'll come back and loot the rest of those guys later. But for now, as you can see, we're already getting sick, and that's entirely just from standing around next to the Megacorpse pile for a little while. The lunchbox mine. But the fundamental behind pipe bombs is the recipe is really stupidly hard to find. So that's your first biggest hurdle. If you want to do pipe bombs like what I just did, I'll give the full breakdown here. The hardest part is going to be finding the recipe. Some of my previous characters had to go hundreds of hours before they found it. This character here, we got a little lucky, we found it earlier. The recipe was... Actually, don't remember. It's Cheapskate John's Explosives. Homemade Explosives is the name of the recipe. I'm just going to leave these duffels here for now. And what you need per pipe bomb is a chassis, gunpowder, and some electrical parts, and then a hacksaw. So the chassis is either an iron pipe or a broken iron pipe. Iron pipes themselves are used for construction, so broken iron pipes are what we use. I'm going to make 3 pipe bombs because that's what I used recently. In order to get the gunpowder, you can use any bullet type that you have. Personally, I'm using 45 ACP and a couple of other calibers right now, because 45 ACP is... I don't like it. The only way to shoot it is from a 1911 or a Trapper carbine, both of which can only have 7 shots in the magazine, so fuck that. I got better things to do than reload every 7 shots. But we only have 50 bullets there. We need 60, because it's 20 bullets worth of gunpowder per pipe bomb. So we're taking 10 rounds of 38 special. So we have a total of 60 bullets to work with. And then all the materials that I usually use for bomb making right inside on our duffel bag here. Nice, very nice. It is stupid rare. You definitely got lucky. Everybody's experience is going to be a little different. But yeah, you'll probably maximize your chances if you check cars more often, which is something that I sometimes struggle to do. KTO has lambasted me for how many cars I've forgotten to check. Sometimes I've neglected entire parking lots, which, no, don't do that. Cars can be all kinds of goodies in those. So, in front of us is our general crafting bin. Tons of scrap electronics, tons of locally sourced duct tape. Everything else can be found in the explosives bag. Now, here's the critical component for remote explosives, specifically. Glue. And it has to be glue. There is no substitute. You cannot use wood glue. You cannot use epoxy. It has to be glue. This kind that looks like the Elmer school glue. Ironically, most often found in schools and offices. So every time you find one of these sticks of glue, think of it as 2.5 remote bomb triggers. right? This glue is going to be necessary to turn it from a bomb into a remote bomb. So if you don't have glue, then you're not getting it anytime soon. It's not the kind of thing you can just go out and find. I have tried. It does not work. Duct tape, a little bit more common. If you loot enough workshops, you'll get plenty of duct tape. So that's a good thing. So we got 2 full rolls of duct tape. That'll be fine. Let's go ahead and yank the gunpowder out of the bullets. Make sure you select the correct bullets. We're doing 45 ACP, and we're doing all 50 bullets of it. So I'm just going to hit craft and fast forward. Alright, so with that, we've got 50 units of gunpowder, and then we're just going to do the same with those 10 bullets of 38 Special. I have a feeling that in the future, each bullet is going to give you a different amount of gunpowder. That's not the case right now. Right now, it's just one bullet equals 1 gunpowder. 1 like equals 1 cry. Yeah, eventually they'll do something about that, I reckon, because the amount of powder in a 7.62 round and a 9mm round, there's a little bit of a difference there. I ain't no gun nut, but I know that I know that much. So, now we got the gunpowder. We got. Oh yeah, something I didn't even mention is twine. Twine is another resource. So we're just talking about the bomb right now. We go to crafting. We go to pipe. Make a pipe bomb. The tool, hacksaw, 3 scrap electronics, broken iron pipe, 20 gunpowder, and twine. So we can do 3 of those. That's what we're here for. 1, 2, and 3. Now these are pipe bombs without a remote trigger. So they are literally just you throw them or you don't use them at all. In order to turn them into remote pipe bombs, which is what I prefer to do, we got to make a remote trigger first. So that's a completely separate item. Remote trigger. You can sometimes loot these. Electromax vans and other electrical, hobby shops. Sometimes you'll find a remote trigger in there. Sometimes the same places where you'll find those bomb-making magazines, sometimes you'll find triggers there too. So sometimes you can find these, but most of the time you got to make them yourself. It's only a level 2 recipe, but it uses glue. This is the critical component. So we make 3 of these because we do have plenty of glue, thankfully. Use cordless phones for triggers? Bullshit. Bullshit. You're bullshitting me. Hold the phone here. Okay, so after you've made the remote trigger, there's a recipe called add remote trigger to bomb. Yeah, no, KTO is full of shit. There is no other possible items to add to a remote trigger to bomb. There is a crafted trigger and nothing else. I think you're talking about using the cordless phone as the component to make the trigger. I was just using receivers. Yes, you can use several things. You can use a cordless phone, radio receiver, or a receiver. I actually thought you could use a pager too, but that's what he was talking about, yeah. I thought for a second you were talking about using a cordless phone as the trigger itself. No, fuck no, that would be way too easy. But that would bypass the glue requirement. Yeah, that's, I would believe it. So now that we've got the bomb, we've got the trigger, we have to just put the trigger onto the bomb. This is where the duct tape comes in. So the recipe add remote trigger to bomb is pipe bomb, crafted trigger, a little bit of scrap, electronic, and duct tape. So we do this one 3 times, and then we have the 3 bombs that are just like the ones we just used. But what you have to do before you're ready to use it, which is we're not going to do yet, but I'll show you, just to make this like a tutorial segment here, from end to end, we have a remote controller, long range. This is actually the highest level requirement to craft. Like, pipe bombs don't even have a level requirement. You just got to find the recipe, which that's hard enough in and of itself. But let's say I wanted to use one of these pipe bombs. What I'd have to do first is right-click on one of the bombs and click Link to Remote Controller. So sometimes you can find these. You don't have to make them yourself if you're not... You can sometimes loot these, but long range, medium range, short range... Personally, I don't recommend bothering until you have a long range, but that's up to you. That's if you want to find out how it works yourself with what you have. I did the same myself when I was first learning, so whatever works. But long range is what I recommend for the long term. Get your hands on a long range and use that. But yeah, those are our 3 pipe bombs. Now, once we have it linked, then we just click arm and set, which I can actually do as an example. I hit arm and set. It's not linked, so literally nothing can happen. It just looks intimidating. That's all it does. It just stands there looking menacingly. But I can just disarm and take and remove it to get it back there. Nothing will happen to the bomb. Now, that being said, you can still equip it in the primary hand, and I can still throw it. Even though it has a remote trigger on it, I can still throw it. I don't recommend doing that, because you're literally throwing away a trigger. Why would you absolute madman, why would you do that? But no, you can actually still do that if you're in a really weird situation, and that's all you can do, yeah. Consequence of my actions, we took a lot of hits from zombies. Our trunk is absolutely trashed. We're probably going to need 3 steel sheets this time. Last time we got away with only 2. That's why I leave steel sheets and a torch on the floor here, because that's what this truck is for. Yeah, you can do sensors as well. I don't recommend it. Our trunk got down to 17%. That's... Ow. Ow. Okay, so we repaired it twice in a row, and it didn't go under 65. So when I said that we're getting diminishing returns on the diminishing returns, I was not exaggerating. It is still technically going down, but it's going down. It almost feels like it's plateaued, like at a logarithmic rate here. Which, that's great. That's beautiful. That's what I like to see. It would be kind of cool if, over time, when you start repairing trunks, you start getting, like, a damaged, or like a, you know, a scuffy, welded look to your trunk. That'd be really cool if that could happen eventually. What's his face? Filibuster Rhymes, don't let us down. Give us some vehicle armor. Give us some improvised repair looks. I have an ulterior motive for that. I actually kind of would like to be able to visually distinguish the vehicles I've used and the vehicles I haven't. That'd be kind of cool. But that was our tutorial for pipe bombs, and we are ready to disarm ourselves here. Shotgun shells can get put back away. The M16 needs a new magazine. Well, it all depends on how much the Indy Stone has gotten to him. Because I can foresee a future where the Indy Stone really gets to him and he just starts doing exactly what they do. In which case, the Indy Stone hiring modders is actually containment. I don't think that's going to be the case, but I would have a very cynical, dark laugh if that was the case. SWAT van here is our loose ammo van, so the loose 556. Would you look at that? We can actually reload an entire magazine from all the loose we've gathered here. Otherwise, these two are now getting put away. Do that in the trucks. It's cold out here. It's 1 bullet short. I'm not going to hate myself too much for that. Putting my bullet spandolier back on because I should have had that on for a while now. Bullets belong in the bandolier. Regrettably, we've got perma water on the floor again. I think we'll survive, but I'm not happy about it. Yeah, bombs with sensors are probably... I would go as far as to say that those are exclusively PvP items. Just the handguard dagger. The handguard dagger, I was looking at this earlier. The handguard dagger has all the same stats on paper as the hunting knife, and I was like, well, why is that? What's so special about this handguard dagger if it's so hard to find the recipe for, and it can only go in your belt slots and all this nonsense? I looked into it, and the handguard dagger is the only dagger in the game that can do short blade attacks against targets that have spiked armor on. Have you guys ever seen a zombie with spiked armor? I haven't. I don't think they exist. Spiked armor is only something a player is going to wear right now. So unless they start adding Zeds with spiked armor, which I seriously doubt we're going to start seeing, I think we're just going to start seeing... no, it's a PvP weapon is all it is. Alright. You have seen a spiked helmet? Interesting. Yeah, I don't know. I couldn't tell you. So tomorrow we will we'll go survey the area. But I'm gonna do that tomorrow. Yeah, we'll need to see what kind of stragglers are out there. I don't have a lot else to do tonight. Let's get some magazines reloaded. That's an easy win right there. We should have a few cartons of 762. If anybody is not familiar, the ratio of, I'm sorry, not 762, but 556. So this one carton of 556 right here is going to be 8 magazines of M16. So we've got 47 empty M16 magazines here. That's all fine and dandy. Let's take a good old 8 of them out and get those loaded up. Yeah, there is a van has 208. Step vans have 208. That has been consistent for all of B42 and all of B41. Because of that, I don't think we're ever going to see anything more. I won't rule it out completely, but I seriously doubt the Indie Stone wants moving large quantities of items everywhere to be easy. If they wanted it to be easy, they would have done something by now. Something. Anything. I know they hate vehicles. That is no secret. The Indie Stone has never liked vehicles in this game. They added them only due to lots of peer pressure and bullying. It's never a very good thing overall for the community and their relationship with the developers of this game. You know what? We don't actually have a lot of room back here. Here's what I'm going to do. Instead of putting the loaded magazines after a certain point, like we've got 10 loaded magazines back here. That's fine for now. What I'm actually going to do is start putting them loaded magazines back into the SWAT van for now. Because then, if I want to, I'll just turn around and take them back out. And that means we're just going to do that again overnight, because that is a very useful thing we can do. Increases our reloading skill a little bit. I don't know if we'll hit any breakpoints. We're 4,100 out of 6,000, and that's after God knows how much reloading. So I don't think we're going to accomplish anything tonight on that front. But if there's one way to make it happen, it's through M16 magazines, because we have a lot of them, and almost all of our 556 is with us right now. So we'll see what we can accomplish here. 2300, that's our first bedtime. We'll hit the sack and then do the rest of this reloading overnight. That's a good way to spend the time. Drank my tea a little fast today. It's alright. Good thing I'm doing this with gloves on, because this would mess up your thumb after a couple of hours in real life, I'm sure. I don't feel like dropping everything I'm carrying, so I'm going to sit down while I sleep, so I don't end up losing much health. Strippers? No. Stripper clips, that was just for loading it directly into the, yeah, I forget what they're called. If any gun nuts are in the chat, let us know. The little things that, like, hold the bullets together so that you can shove them into a particularly large magazine. That'd probably be a military thing. Alright, so 20 encumbrance of loaded M16 mags now. And we barely got a couple hundred experience for that. We could load every single M16 we have and blow through a few more cartons. We still wouldn't get anywhere close to the next level. That's truly a cynical thing. But that's just what happens when you have a skill like reloading that you don't have any bonuses to. Correct me if I'm wrong, chat, but is there a single thing other than veteran that gets you bonus to reloading? I know they've added target shooter, but that's aiming, and I know that hunter gives you aiming. But I mean, is there anything other than veteran, maybe police officer? But I mean, is there anything non-profession that gives you a little bit of reloading skill? Because that's truly cynical, if not. I'm kind of, I find that kind of silly. Depending on how nice the weather is, or, you know, how disruptive the snow is, I suppose. We might do some sniping today. Because that's what mop-up is, that's going to help us with mop-up. Give PvP more ammo. A police officer does have one reloading. Right, yeah, no. I'm 99% sure that even with all the trait changes we've had... Oh, I actually thought this was just a weirdly shaped magazine when I first saw it. But no, that's one of those things that helps you load up the bullets. Nice, very nice. That is, that's some gun nut deep lore that I don't know might not make its way into PZ. Yeah, we'll try jumping between, M16... Maybe 9mm instead. If we jump between 9mm and, Sniper, we could see some decent results. I'll take a few spare M9 mags and see what we can accomplish with this. Nope, we've got fog closing in. It's subtle, but it's there. Okay, putting the sniper rifle back. Sorry, guys. The sniper rifle's fucking amazing, but I can see the fog closing in. Don't ever even try. If there is even just a little bit of fog, it's a fucking waste of a bullet. Doesn't matter that we're aiming level 10. Literally doesn't matter. With a little bit of cleanup, we probably could have done this parking lot, now that I think about it. Yeah, too late now, but, well, there's a lot more zombies to kill in this place. Just because we've done the first 2 floors of these 5 buildings doesn't mean we're done yet. These buildings have anywhere between 4 and 6 floors, I think. I don't remember which is the biggest and which is the smallest. I think the PD itself is biggest. Interesting. Homemade bullets. Now that's definitely one of the things of all time. The words "built different" come to mind. I was supposed to sharpen my sword. How about we use the movable object to deal with our sword here? The movable object, also known as the grindstone. Schrodinger's object. It doesn't. Game forgets what it is until I place it. Hey, free knife experience. Hold on. Just gonna hit those 2 and then fall back and observe their movements. Hey, I mean, somebody's got to make them. I was always under the impression that most bullets were just, like, end-to-end, automated manufactured these days. But I would not know. That means the Indie Stone has even less excuses to, never give us ammo crafting. Sure, maybe, like, I've always said, I was saying this before, but, perhaps the smokeless powder that we're currently used to would not be craftable with anything short of pre-war materials. Without that global supply chain, we can probably only do black powder. But I mean, I've literally got the video. It's the funniest part about this is that the YouTube channel that proved this is Kentucky Ballistics. Kentucky Ballistics. Where is this game set, chat? This game is set in Kentucky. Kentucky Ballistics proved that you can use, won't work very well, but you can use black powder ammo in modern firearms. They just jam like crazy. The Indie Stone would fucking love that, wouldn't they? Oh no, now you've got to have a weapon that jams all the time. Oh no! Brett and the Indie Stone with a good time. They fucking love their goddamn weapon jams. Good God, the number of jams, even here at level 10. Am I going... No, we got... Dude, we got twins here. Well, part is that now, and... Don't you come over here and die next to your twin, lady. You guys thought I was joking. No, we literally have twins. They look exactly the same, and they both have police duffel bags. That is, that's a hell yeah right there. Oh, they're wearing matching. Oh, they're wearing matching panties. Okay, that's got to be like a zombie template right there. Yeah, that's got to be like a zombie template. They're literally wearing matching panties. That's not. I'm not even being ironic when I say they're twins. Hybrid Theory was my shit. Meteora, I think I listened to Meteora a little bit more often, but I think in hindsight, I liked Hybrid Theory a little bit better. Wait a minute, I think I might actually have Hybrid Theory on CD, like an actual, yeah, a legit album. I will not speak specifics, but of course, burned CDs were very common amongst my extended friend group at the time. There were a lot of CDs that had amazing quality music on them that just had some Sharpie written on the front. Yeah, Minutes to Midnight was pretty good. Hang on. Do I still have it? I believe I do. This is something that a self-respecting man would put in his quote-unquote music folder, but I don't actually think. No. See this right here. This is the rip that I have of. I have Minutes to Midnight, but then I have something else. Somewhere else, I have the rest of the discography. That goes to show you that my music collection is totally disorganized. I stopped listening to anything with lyrics in it a decade and a half ago. So I can only listen to stuff like that now when I'm in a specific mood. 50 to 60 bucks, Jesus Christ. For music, I mean, good God. Now, I'm not going to do a room by room, but we do have a nice wide open lobby here. Just going to parse quickly for any obvious straggler groups. What happens when Spotify gets taken offline? It happened in Napster, it can happen to anybody. All it takes is a few bad deals. Speaking of all it takes, if I go up these stairs right here, another 2,500 zombies spawn in across the 5 buildings. I'm not doing that yet. Trying to make sure we've cleaned up all the stragglers first. Where's that park? Yeah. Don't ever want to ask that question unironically. I really hate overheating outdoors in this weather. It's literally snowing to the point of fog, and yet we're overheating because fuck you. Body heat generation really needs to be toned down. By the way, this staircase will do the exact same thing from what I just described. It is literally just whichever staircase any of these 5 buildings have connected to. Any of these 5 buildings, any staircase in any one of them, and the next entire set of floors is spawned in. No obvious groups. On to the next. Well, I'm not going to check the prison directly. Where the fuck did I leave my truck? Other side of this building, was it? I heard a couple of parody songs generated by AI, and I despaired for the future of music. Not specifically all music, but non-corporate music. Because the future of non-corporate music, where people can actually make a little bit of money off of streaming something that they themselves made, I think that's all been threatened by AI music. And I don't think a lot of people are talking about that anywhere near as much as they are AI art. It's definitely not as big of a problem insofar as none of the... I don't even know of any good open weight music models right now. For some reason, China has not caught up on that yet. Okay, this building right here, this is the front of the prison, still got Zeds in it. Right, okay. Where the fuck did I park? I'm actually starting to lose my mind here. This fog is like my brain. The fog is making me stupider. There it is, okay. I'm gonna drop these duffel bags off back at base. And then we'll take, we'll sweep through that prison there. Put them over here with the other. So that's some of our haul. We haven't gotten all of them yet. Blocking the Fit Girl website. Yes, the website is the problem. That Baldy is really out of touch with that one. Oh man, Baldy is really out of touch with that one. And this is a big problem. We'll need to get these dividers moved out of the way sooner rather than later. For now, I'm not going to bother with it until the corpses have started to go away. Then I'll clear the dividers. But I mean, until the corpses are gone, the dividers, I mean, you know, we don't want to drive over the corpses anyway, so it doesn't really matter. I think I might have burned myself out on Zomboid after today. So at the end of today, tomorrow morning in-game is where I'll go ahead and call it. There's a couple of dumb things building up right now, like these stupid, the water being stuck on the floor, meaning I've got to close and reopen the game again to get rid of it. It's grating on me, and I don't want to start hating the game. I really don't. I love this game, and I want to keep it that way, so... When you love something, but it's annoying, a little bit of tactical space is very important. Always know when to seek out a little bit of space. As long as I can shoot them while they're indoors, then we aren't getting fucked by the fog. Now, that being said, we're getting fucked by something else right now. All of those zombies seem to decide that, nah, we're not going to try to get to him. We're going to go over here and try to break through this thing that can't be broken. And because of that, every single time they slap this stupid fucking unbreakable thing right here, +1 stress. This is how fences used to work. However, we can always shotgun them all right there. Do not want to get flanked. I will fall back as far as I have to not get flanked right now. I don't know where these fuckers are coming out of. Oh, I forgot to clear this building. Fuck. This stupid bread rick building in the top right here. I literally forgot that it was connected. We were in it earlier. And we checked the top corner of it, but this isn't the top corner of it. There seem to have been plenty of them in the lower corner, so it's whatever. We're away from the stress game noise now, so we'll just chippy chop. Chippy chop until the fun stop. I didn't actually want to use the shotgun here. I wanted to just stay lightweight so that I would not, But when zombies get stuck on one of those unbreakable surfaces, they don't ever seem to get unstuck. I don't know what it is. They could just go the fuck around. Every single one of these zombies. They, like, dude, like, just turn around. They want to sit there and be free hit, so whatever. Now that will have brought a lot more people out of hiding. So we're falling back just a little bit. Can I actually put that on my back? No, I'm encumbered right now. I hate shotgun weight. And I'm going to be real with you guys. I was kind of hoping that getting all those multi-kills would have beaten down the stress a little bit. It didn't. It didn't. Getting a multi-kill with the shotgun is usually a really amazing stress reduction tactic. Look at that. All of our stress just got immediately erased. That was beautiful. I guess we had to do it with the flashlight on, and then we got a lot more kills at once. We just went literally from 100 to 0 stress. Shotgun's magic, boys. It is magic. Oh God, no! Don't. Why would you do that? What are you fighting for? There's nothing to fight for here. Literally nothing about what I'm doing right now is worth risking my life. And so I am the first person to just turn around and run. Now, of course, we're liable to start building up stress again. That sounds like a zombie hitting a window. It's actually them hitting iron bars, you know, prison bars. Fucking... I'm gonna fucking disrespect you for that. You stupid motherfucker. Think you can fucking disrespect me like that, you son of a bitch. Kiss my fucking boot. Try to cat-a-corner me like that. I don't know where they're slapping. Oh, they're there. I didn't have line of sight on them. That's fine. I have no idea in the slightest why that particular, okay, sure, it's bulletproof glass. They'll break it eventually. Bulletproof glass is just, it's something that, well, actually, I don't know as much about it. I was always under the impression that bulletproof glass is like kind of like auto glass, only more. It takes longer to take it from spidered to shattered. That was what I was under the impression of. Like if you just kept hitting it, it would eventually eventually start breaking apart. I think the funniest part is that I can shoot the fucking windows themselves. That's really funny. So these things that the zombies literally can't break, I can shoot. That's funny. I'm laughing about that. You can't hear me, but I'm actually laughing about it. I'm a little bit mad about that guy still. He's coming at me from a corner right in front of a window. I mean, it's something that could have happened. It's a skill issue, but I'm still mad about it. I don't think we could ever get a massive group in front of this unbreakable window here. No, I don't think so. There's way too many obstacles. Obstacles that completely block movement. Yeah, I can see. I'm just kind of picturing it in my head right now, in my mind's eye, the way the hordes would move. Sure, you could get a lot of zombies stuck on one of these unbreakable windows, but there would be an upper limit, and the rest would just start wandering around. I'm just trying to get eyes on. Oh, here we go. Here we go. But that's only one of several. I think these are where the prisoners would have their phone conversations with people. And here's my question. No, I can't do that. Yeah, that's why I thought. Somebody just came in the front. What did you just say to me? Oh, she used the doorway. Smart. Smart one. You can't hear him coming in the doorway, can you? Every single time I come back here to deal with this guy and flip. Just friggin' flip. What about a pokey poke? I can pokey poke. So this is literally just a fence, is all it is. Did I just poke him through like a, like, is this where, like, they put cash through? Like, for a cash bond or some shit? So, like, I poked him through the little... That's really funny. Wait, what? Hold on. What did I just break? I don't know, but, I'm gonna go ahead and shoot and fall back a little bit here. Fog isn't lifting yet. Okay, now I had a tactic for dealing with the jail. It's still a valid tactic. I just didn't really get to a point of executing it earlier. I hate corpse sickness. I really do. Whenever I look at a mechanic in this game and I think about all the point and purpose of it, there is no system that is just more blatantly obvious as just a way to slow the player down than corpse sickness. Yes, I know. Sandbox setting, you can turn it off. It's a sandbox, you can turn it off. That doesn't make it any less stupid. It never should have existed in the first place. And yet, we're on Apocalypse, which means it gets worse on Extinction. It's so fucking stupid. And people actually unironically defend Extinction mode. That, I think, is even worse. So, thumb was on the spacebar because I assumed that there would be a number of them stuck in there. Looks like I was wrong. That's okay. Checking for any incoming. Is it? I actually was under the impression that it was a lot worse in Extinction, but hey, that's good. 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 Extinction is bullshit enough already. Respawns and sprinters alone should, yeah. I have never liked either of those for many, many reasons. Now I have a question. If she's attacking a door, does that mean she knows I'm here? Yeah, it does. Silence. I'm currently out of food, and that's not good. I thought those salads would last longer, but I've been overeating them a little bit. I like how I was able to I was told that I got really close to the lobby just now, just because I saw the smell noodle pop up. I find that funny. It's like, wow, isn't the lobby right there? Smell, yep, it is. I'm not really here for loot, but it's right in front of me. We're in prison. Does that mean I shanked him? I don't know if this is apocryphal, but I remember hearing from one of my peers when I was younger that if you're in prison, it's a shanking. Everywhere else it's a shivving. No idea if that's actually true. I don't actually really care either. Prison culture has always been one of those things that, nope. Nope. If you're in prison, you probably belong there, and if you don't, then your attorney needs to get you the fuck out of there. Everything else out of sight, out of mind. I used to follow a guy who had spent some time in the federal joint. He talked about showers were entirely divided by racial group. Every racial group you can imagine, they all took showers at different temperatures. I found that to be very interesting. It was not just a prison gang thing, you know. A lot of prison gangs are racially formed, but it was a little bit more than that. It was also by, like, you know, temperature of the water. I don't even remember exactly what the specific, this race preferred this temperature of. I don't even remember any of that shit. I just found it very interesting that people from different ethnic backgrounds prefer different temperatures of water. This does not seem like the best physical activity for prisoners to be practicing. Climbing something. Like, really? No, I get it. Everybody needs physical exercise, but rope climbing, really? Is that a good idea for prisoners to be practicing their rope climbing capabilities? I have questions about this. Hey, kitten, how's it going? We're in prison right now. We went to jail. We're in the slammer. We've got a knife. We've been stabbing people. It's fun. I actually think this particular side is clear. Earlier, we accidentally got a little too close to the entire police Louisville PD complex, and because of that, we've had to deal with the entire building over the past couple of hours here. I think... yeah, this is good over here. That is the prison basically clear, then. So I think we've now cleared more or less cleared all large pockets from the ground floor of this, I guess this is a lawyer building, whatever this is, like a lawyer, like a big old law firm building. Cleared that. Ground floor of the PD itself right here. More or less cleared that. We're really hungry. We've got a break room in here somewhere. I've got my beef jerky on the driver's seat, but if I can locally source something, I'd like to. Locally source something. There's a convenience store right around the corner. If they were any smart, they would be a convenience store that does donuts. I mean, look at the prime location. Ooh, here we go. Let's test our short blade. Can we do the thing? Guaranteed jaw stab if they don't know you're there, huh? Alright then. Yeah. No. Maybe we weren't quote-unquote behind them. Maybe that was just slightly to the side. Who knows? I don't really care. I just found that, if I can do it, I want to try. I believe in the stealth. Nope. She didn't believe in the stealth. She had a broken scrap metal sword stuck in her. The convenience store that I'm thinking of is right around the corner to the left up here. There it is. Alright, so... The red brick building that I was complaining about before. I think we're clear to check the interior. Oh wow, 7 hours already. Okay. So I feel a little bit less bad about... this is actually going to be our last evening here. So we are moving in the direction of wrapping things up here, but we're going to finish what we started. We've checked the ground floor of pretty much all the police building units except for the courthouse here. So courthouse is about to have its occupants shanked. And then we can say that we have wiped out the bulk, if not all of the first 2 floors of these buildings. Use. Some people want to use you. Some people want to be used by you. Lots of flags here. Lots of photos of, we got Baldy here. Hold on. Does he? Nah, he's got a beard. He's got a beard, doesn't he? Yeah, he's got a beard. Yeah, that's not... Oh, no, he's got hair, too. Yeah. Yeah, it looks like Baldy from a distance. But no, that is not Baldy. He's got a little bit of a beard going on there, and this hair of his is just, it's just standing out behind him, that's all. I would laugh really hard if we had a picture of Baldy there. Or somebody who looked just like him. The same guy. Hola. Hola to Katzo. But yeah, lots of interesting content today. We did some experiments on the explosive stuff. Catch you laters. Honestly, I don't hear any more mouth breathing here, so I think we're clear. Yeah, we've done good things here today. Yep, we have done great things here today. Lots of flags to capture from the courthouse. I've never fully cleared the courthouse of its flags before. Ah, this is the jury deliberation room. Yep. Not enough chairs though. Need 12 of them. Ah, this looks more like it. Yep. Been there once myself. It's very... I had opinions about that case. It's probably the last time I will ever do jury duty because now I've been asked about it. I've been submitted questionnaires before. Every time I get a jury questionnaire now, I answer 100% honestly, honest to God, right hand over the heart. My experience serving on the jury once before has permanently biased myself against the state in most cases. There are a few times where, of course, like serious hardcore crimes, like, if it was a assault or murder or something like that, then I would not in the slightest be biased against the state inherently. Almost every civil crime, though, or civil infraction, or almost everything that you can imagine that is not like a serious bodily harm or serious something like that, some non-physical crime, I would probably be biased against the state after what I went through. It was in the sentencing. The defendant was found guilty. That was never in question. He was guilty. But we had to advise on his sentencing, and we were denied context about his criminal history. But they allowed some prison guard to testify about verbal statements he made in his criminal history. Now, if you're a lawyer, you're probably like, yeah, everything about that is routine. And to you, I say, fuck you. Fuck you, am I going to put a man in prison and not know whether he's been there before or if it's his first time or something like that? No, fuck you. Fuck you, I'm never dealing with that again. That was, no, absolutely goddamn not. I'm not going to, get into any deeper specifics about the case, but that was the linchpin for me. Being on the jury, being denied information that I found extremely relevant to what we were supposed to do, which is, you know, sentence a man. Sorry, the recommended, um, what the fuck was it? Recommended, like, we didn't actually decide whether he was going to get a fine or jail time or whatever. What we did was give the judge a recommendation. And I never even followed up to find out whether the judge listened to our recommendation, because that's entirely within his decision. The judge can be like, yeah, we'll listen to the jury, or yeah, we'll throw that part out. It was only the guilt that were fully, and whatever, I'm not that mad about that part, but the sheer fact that we were denied additional information, like it was my idea to just submit through the bailiff a written note to the judge saying, we are seeking information beyond what was said here and here. Can this information be provided? And it was literally just denied. Yep. Yeah. No, that's... And I hate that. I know that that's part of the justice system as it is. But fuck you. Fuck you, it shouldn't be. I just never... I do not feel like justice can be just if the jury is denied information about whether it's a repeat offender. Yeah, I don't know. I'm sure that you know, I didn't go to university, I didn't go to law school for none of that stuff, so maybe there's some deeper reason behind it. This is just a layman opinion of a man who had to serve on jury, and it's the reason why, in cases like that, why am I going to be fair towards a system that has, in my humble opinion, unfairly treated me in the process? Because, I mean, you know, I'm the one who had to contribute to that decision, and it did not feel like I could be fair without knowing more about what was going on there. But whatever. That's maybe it's just a skill issue on my part that I don't feel like I could fairly judge that anymore. And needless to say, after, you know, directly articulating that in all of my jury questionnaires, I have never again been summoned for jury duty. What a shocker. It's not that I'm trying to get out of it. I'm genuinely not. I'm like, I'll say this publicly and honestly that, no, I had this experience, and that experience will bias me against the state in some cases. Maybe not most. Right? I mean, like, I literally work for law enforcement in certain regards. And I would probably have to disclose that, in some situations that would be pertinent to what I go through with my client. But I mean, that's not like, I don't think I would ever get put on a jury duty for something that's in the realm of what my client deals with, so that's almost a moot point. Yes, but no, there's a long thing behind that. Like, we get a specific type of pay code that we can put in for jury duty, so we actually do make our paying rate for jury duty. That's not the point. That's not the point. It's kind of a moral protest. I mean, that's literally what it is. It's a moral protest. I don't want to be involved unless there's some sort of guarantee that what happened last time isn't going to happen again. But I don't think there is. No, that's not going to be. I don't think you can ever rule out the case that, you know, the jury wants additional information and gets refused it. But what can I say? That's why I'm not part of the legal system and making decisions on it, because I am not very well advised on how that stuff works. I was always under the impression that the whole point of a juror is that you're just supposed to be a normal person. A reasonable person, I think, is the term. Chips in here, yes. Okay, that's our bags cleaned out. I'm going to do the really lazy thing and just straight up eat some of these eggs. These are only half eggs anyway. I have no need for half eggs. The rest of these... we'll take this carton and cook them. So now we have another shipment of cooked eggs in the fridge instead of the freezer. And for the next round of salads, which we'll prep overnight here, let's just do like 6 units of kale coming out of the freezer into the fridge. We'll get our girl herself cleaned up as remaining usage of time here. So I don't know if this is a glitch or if this is just something that I observed that might not even be real, but I recently noticed that paint buckets seem to fill up faster than buckets. As in, like, just, you know, I put some paint buckets and buckets on the floor at the same time, and the paint buckets were full, while the buckets had like only 7.5 liters or so. And I found that to be quite fascinating because they look smaller, so it would visually look like the opposite. I do predict it'll get nice and cold tonight, so bandana back on face there. That'll keep us a little warmer. So I've said before, it's not very water efficient to use, just straight up use the sink to wash your clothes, but that's one of the reasons we have so much extra water up there. We don't have to necessarily worry about water efficiency if we've just got that much water. Still have a couple 100 liters left after washing our full set. That being said, we are getting a little cold here, so let us warm this place up while we dry off. Time for some clickety-clack here. So we're doing 2 kale, sweet potato, potato, and now 1 whole egg each. do a little something with the leftovers here. Specifically leftover kale and potatoes. I really should have cooked the kale. Actually also trying to see if I could use up my flashlight battery earlier. We came really close, but not quite, so we'll toss in another battery charge while we take this leftover kale that is literally a nub that's worth 1 hunger. Take that, we'll toss it out. Now, we are finally out of sweet potatoes here. Those lasted a long time, all things considered. Basically, we had, like, I don't know, 14 sweet potatoes in the fridge. Never even put them in the freezer. 14 sweet potatoes in the fridge that we had cooked, and then that we were just constantly dumping into salads over the course of like 2 or 3 weeks here. I think it's been since, I don't even know if it was before the turn of the new year that we brought the potatoes down here. So I don't remember the total numbers. I just know that we made a couple dozen potatoes last quite a long time here, and I'm totally here for that. All about stretching those supplies. Alright, kit sorted out. Empties into the garbo. Wait, what? Oh, damn it. I inserted the wrong battery. I put the almost dead one back in. I think I've done that in real life, to be honest. Totally realistic. Truck looking good. Yeah, looking good back here. Boil them, mash them, stick them in a stew. Shotgun is still on my back. That would be a whoopsie. Let's put that back in the fire truck here. And heavy mask respirator goes into the passenger seat of the truck. So now that we have wiped out the entirety of that which we were not initially planning on hitting, the first 2 floors of both of these buildings have been completely wiped out. So I'll just cross out both eyes of the skulls here. Now there are more floors than that. More floors that contain more zombies that will have shotguns and handguns on them. So we do have an incentive to clear the full building. There will also be a lockup with some actual guns and ammo in it. Negligible compared to what we will expend to get in there. I've mentioned this before, but the Louisville Police Department is a different beast. The amount of ammo you'll have to expend to deal with it, unless you are just dedicated wholesale to melee, you don't use any explosives, or maybe if you use fire, yeah, that's up to you. But honestly, generally speaking, most people are going to spend a lot more ammo to get in there than they are to loot from it. That's all right. It's all about the Louisville experience here. Next time we'll sort through these guns here. We picked up plenty of guns. That's a whole good thing. I'm good about all that. All these police duffel bags from individuals. These extra buckets can go on the roof. And then it is bedtime. So we have done good things here today. I will be back at this bright and early tomorrow morning, and tomorrow morning I'm going to do my absolute best to start at the correct time. This morning I started 16 minutes late, according to YouTube. Now I say that because, of course, YouTube's algorithm just doesn't recommend me at all to people. Well, it definitely seems to... I seem to miss a huge opportunity to get recommended in the algorithm if I don't start just before 8 a.m. If I start after 8 a.m., that's just one of 3 things that I have control over that seems to absolutely tarnish my algorithm recommendations. So try to do all things right tomorrow. See if I, because what that'll do is that'll just bump up my my drive-by viewers, right? When YouTube recommends me to new people, lots of new people will click on the video and then be like, "Oh, what's this dude yapping about?" Oh, no, never mind. But right now we're sitting at about 270 views, and we've got about 20 concurrents. What that means is we've got about a 1 in 10 turnover rate, which is, it is what it is. I mean, we have not changed concurrents much at all. I can even, happy to show the dashboard here. Yeah, we've just been hovering right around 20 for most of the stream, which, I mean, that's great. I appreciate my core audience, and anybody who may be among the current concurrents right now that are new. Shout out, appreciate you guys. But what we're looking at is when I get recommended in the algorithm, this number tends to go way up, because what that just represents is a lot of new people dropping by and watching for a little bit and then dropping out or sticking around. The concurrence doesn't usually actually change that much. Usually I'm between 20 and 30 all the time, but until I build up my audience with new people, right? Until I bring more new people on board. And how to bring new people on board, there's two ways of doing it. You can either pay YouTube to get yourself recommended, or you can do all the weird, dumb things that gets you spread around in the algorithm. So that's a little insight on what I'm doing and why I'm trying to focus very specifically on a specific starting time. But yeah, as KTS says, as I should say more often, drop a like and subscribe. Always appreciated. But I ain't your dad. I ain't gonna tell you what to do. I will tell you, though, you should back up your save every once in a while, and that's what we're going to do when we finish out today's stream. So we are now done. What we're going to do next is close the game so that the save file dumps to the disk, and then we're going to go to our, what is it, Zomboid folder here, see users, username, Zomboid, go to your saves file, or saves folder, in our case, Apocalypse. We want to go to the most recent modified one right here, Control-C, just copy that entire folder and put it wherever you want. In our case, we do backups kind of by session count. So I'm going up here to my backups folder, and same name as the save here. And this is part 53 of Dani's journey through B42. Create a new folder called 53, Control-V, paste that whole folder. These are massive, 510,000 files, 1.31 gigabytes. So, yeah. All right, folks, I am out of here. Catch you guys later, and have a good one. Peace out.